Selamat siang, Prof. Sihabudin.
Selamat siang, Pak.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Siap, Prof. Farif, semuanya.
Prof. Toho.
Siang.
Prof.
Alhamdulillah sehat, Bapak semua sehat.
Sehat.
Sehat, alhamdulillah.
Hello, Toho.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah. Hi,
Selamat
Professor
siang,
Kwang, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Toho?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for invitation and
you look so
suggestion
fresh
for this.
today. Yes.
Yeah. You look very good.
Thank you. How is
Yeah.
Korea now? Conditions?
Yeah, it's okay. Getting better. But
Right.
you know, after some vaccinations,
Right.
about 1/3 of population we had vaccinated now. But hopefully, you know, we'll be fine. Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Indonesia
On the contrary, Indonesia getting bad, yeah.
Several big cities like Bandung, Jakarta, and Surabaya is really red area.
Oh.
Yeah, zone area. Yeah. So yes, most work from home. Almost all the time. Yeah. What about Korea is facing the Olympic Games? The athletes is we're going to Tokyo.
Yeah, some of colleagues and athletes, they are worrying, but they are there seems to be, you know, going to Tokyo. Yeah.
Okay, good. Are you going there?
No, I'm not. I'm not going there this time. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin this conference. So I will invite our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Syarifatunisa. Please begin the event.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Amira. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nisa. I'm from Sport Education Study Program, and I will be the Master of Ceremony at this conference today. Before we begin, I'd like to announce a few things about this conference. First, we are sorry to say that Professor Among Makmun, the chairman of this conference and also head of Sport Education Study Program, unable to attend this conference because he is not feeling well today. He sincerely apologizes to all of you. Now we are about to start the session. For those who are participating in the Zoom meeting, please kindly make sure that you mute yourself during the presentation. Our co-host team will assist you to do so in case you found any difficulties. For your information, we are recording this session for our documentation and the live streaming via Pendidikan Olahraga SPS UPI YouTube channel. We seek for your concern pertaining this matter. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Director of School Postgraduate, Professor Dr. Sihabudin MPD, the Honorable Chairman of the second ICSDP and also Head of Sport Education Study Program, Professor Dr. Amung Makmun MPD, or the representative, the Honorable Speaker, Professor Wang Ok PhD from Jungbuk National University, South Korea, Richard Bellew PhD from University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Dr. Ian Lindsay from Durham University, United Kingdom, and also Professor Toho Holik Mutahir PhD from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia, the Honorable Lecturer of Sport Education Study Program, and all participants at this conference. Welcome to the second International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace with the theme of Indonesia National Ideal and Global Issue on Sport for Development and Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all praise and thanks be to Allah Almighty for the abundance of grace and the joy that all of us can gather in this event in a good heart. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, please allow me to read the schedule for today. The event will begin with the welcoming speech from the chairman of the second ICSDP or the representative, followed by the welcoming speech from Director of School Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Sihabuddin MPD. And the main session, we will have the presentation from three speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the welcoming speech from the chairman of the second ICSDP or the representative. At the time will be representative by Dr. Agus Mahendra, MA, from PETE for Primary School Faculty of Sport Education and Health. To Dr. Agus, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Ica. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning for those of you living in European area. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I am speaking representing the chairman of the committee and profoundly regret to announce that Prof. Amung Makmun, the chairman of this conference, and also as the head of the study program, is unable to speak directly to all of you for he is now not feeling very well today. He sincerely apologizes and expresses his deepest gratitude to all of the participants and also to all keynote speakers at this conference. At the same time, let's just look forward to having him recover soon from his unwell. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. My name is Agus Mahendra, one of the lecturers in the study program of sport education. And it is my great honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer of this conference. And I'd like also to report all or anything related to this conference. Many thanks to all of you for being here at the second International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace with the theme Indonesia's National Ideals and Global Issue on Sport for Development and Peace. First of all, I'd like to express my profuse gratitude to the director of the graduate school, Professor Dr. Haji Sihabuddin MPD, and especially to keynote speakers for supporting this conference. Allow me to introduce all of the keynote speakers to be speaking in this conference. They are, first, Professor Wang Ok, PhD from Changbak National University, South Korea. Second, Dr. Richard Bailey, PhD from University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and Dr. Ian Lindsay from Durham University, United Kingdom. And last but not least, also Professor Toho Holik Mutohir, PhD from Surabaya State University. I hope everyone is already in this Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to participate in this conference and for your willingness to share your expertise and experience, especially to our students from master's degree and from doctorate degree. In today's conference, we will now about sort of development and peace with many topics that will be raised in this conference Currently, the sport has become a very important global issue in carrying out UN mission. Now the sport has many benefits, not only for the development of the sport itself, but also as an instrument for the development of a nation. Expectantly, this conference can give us more insight into the importance of sport and dealing with all global issues in the world and make sport an important part of policy in the world, especially in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all. And again, thank you for your participation. Enjoy the conference and hope all of you are having a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Agus. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have the welcoming speech from Director of School Postgraduate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Sihabuddin MPD. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sihabuddin.
Okay, welcome. Okay, thank you, Nisa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Good afternoon, everyone. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, respected conference committee, keynote speakers, especially a keynote speaker from Korea, United Kingdom, Malaysia, and my colleague from Surabaya State University, and all participants. It is an honor to welcome all of you today for the one day, the second International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace, which again, just like other conference and seminar, due to COVID-19 outbreak, is held virtually through a video meeting application. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests of different countries from different walk of life to exchange experience and work together on the very interesting topic of Indonesian ideas and global issues on sport for development and peace. Respected conference committee, keynote speaker, and participant, sport and physical activity are rapidly gaining recognition as simple, low-cost, and effective means of achieving development goal. In addition to sport inherent benefits, well-designed sport-based initiative incorporating the best value of sport can be powerful, practical, and cost-effective tool to achieve development and peace objective. I believe that scale and success in harnessing the power of sport development and peace internationally depend on engaging and mobilizing national government as described national and international development strategy and investment. I hope, of course, really hope this conference would explore the diverse approach of cross-section countries to learn what is working, the challenge that remain to be addressed, and how national government, including Indonesia, of course, can broaden the current dialogue to both strengthen current initiative and encourage more countries to harness and integrate the tremendous power of sport into broader national development and peace strategies. Respected conference committee speaker and participant, we are all seeking inspiration and hunger with knowledge and experience sharing from all sports science educator and general expert as well as professional to discuss more about the theme. Finally, I would like to express my deep respect to all the community from Sport Education Department under Prof. Amu, and of course, in this moment, Prof. Agus Mahendra, 3 keynote speaker, postgraduate student, and participant for your positive involvement in the conference. I hope the situation around the world improves soon. I pray that everything will be right. Stay calm and positive. Follow the advice of experts and local authority. Be kind to each other. May you and your family stay safe, stay healthy, and stay strong. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Shihabuddin. Now we have come to the main session. For the next 4 hours, we will have 3 speakers. First presentation will be from Professor Gwang Ok, PhD from Chungbuk National University, South Korea. The second presentation will be from Richard Billy, PhD from University of Nottingham, Malaysia. And the third presentation will be from Dr. Ian Lindsay from Durham University, United Kingdom. Each research person will have 40 to 70 minutes of presentation. They include the brief summary given by the moderator at the end of the presentation and question-answer session. Please allow me to present you a brief CV of our moderator. Rita Anggorowati is the academic director and co-founder of Indonesia Creative Education, ICEI. Now, she is a PhD student by Research of Educational Administration in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Her research interests are in the field of educational management, administration, and leadership. Without further ado, Ms. Rita, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Icha, for the opportunity. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you. So, good afternoon and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As some of us now, you might participate from some different time zone. My name is Rita Anggorowati, and I will be serving you as your moderator today. I hope everyone is doing fine amidst the pandemic situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as it was mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, I would like to once again welcome you to the second International Conference of Sport of Development and Peace. The topic of today is Indonesia's National Ideals and Global Issues on Sport for Development and Peace. We will have 3 keynote speakers sharing for today, coming from Chungbuk National University, South Korea, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and Durham University, United Kingdom. And we will use English as the medium of language. So ladies and gentlemen, as it was mentioned before, probably I'm going to make sure that approximately the next 4 hours in the first day, we will have 3 keynote speakers, and each keynote speaker probably will be having 40 minutes of presentation, and then followed by 30 minutes of question and answer session. So after the second keynote speakers, we will have 20 minutes healthy break, because we surely need that as the online things probably will make you dizzy sometimes. So probably you can take 20 minutes break after the second keynote speakers before we continue to the third speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the presentation, allow me to introduce our honored keynote speaker. The first speakers would be Professor Gwang Ok from Changbuk National University, South Korea, who will be presenting from development of sport to development through sport, a paradigm safe for sport development in South Korea, followed by Dr. Richard Bailey from University of Nottingham, Malaysia, with the topic of making the case for sport in development. Last but not least, after the break, our third speaker, Dr. Ian Lindsay from Durham University, will be talking more on policies for sport for development and peace, global contexts, and national approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Professor Gwang Ok to present his presentation, but first, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae for our first keynote speaker. Professor Gwang Ok is the Vice Dean, Faculty of Education, and served as the Professor in Department of Physical Education at Changbuk National University. He gained his master and doctoral degree in sports history, such Clyde University, Glasgow, United Kingdom. He has been serving as the Director for Global Education Center, Changbuk National University in 2013 up to 2015, and act as the Editor-in-Chief of several reputable journals, such as the International Journal of the History of Sport, Asia Pacific Journal of Sport and Social Science, Kogan Journal of Social Science, Korean Journal of Golf Studies, and the Journal of Korean Alliance of Martial Arts. His research interest is in Olympic studies. Without further ado, Professor Ok, the time is short. It's nice to meet you again. 2 years ago, we were seeing each other in Shanghai, China. Hopefully you still remember that. So Professor Ok, please.
Thank you, Rita Agorawati. Thank you for your kind introduction of me. And I remember your face, yes. I'm glad to see you again. I hope you're fine. First of all, I'm really honored to participate in this honorable under this epidemic global situation. I'm sure we all will be getting better, as Professor previously mentioned about. We need to be staying positive and praying for the better future. I'm honored to participate and presenting my recent work today in this second international conference, Sport for Development and Peace in Indonesia. And I really appreciate for your invitation. I'm thankful to organizers, including Professor Amung Mamun. Hopefully he'll be getting better. And Agus Mahendra and Professor Shiabu Dardin. Thank you. Today I'm going to talk about, my presentation is sharing? And everyone?
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
So I will. Okay, can you all see my presentation?
Yes, yes, it's
yes.
clear. It's clear, Professor.
Yes, as mentioned, my title today is From Development of Sport to Development Through Sport, a paradigm shift for sport development in South Korea. And these slides actually composed together, helped by my PhD student from China, Wang Shu. I appreciate for his help. And my contents today, I will talk about a brief introduction of my study. And secondly, I will suggest 2 approaches in sport development, development of sport and development through sport which had been happening in Korea. And also I will talk about deepening down development of sport in South Korea and development through sport in South Korea, and the conclusion. Introduction. As you can see, those pictures, 2002 World Cup, FIFA World Cup, and Pyeongchang 2018, and 1988 Seoul Olympic Games, and 2011 Daegu World Athletic Championship. During the past several decades, South Korea has gained tremendous international recognition by achieving an excellent performance in a variety of international sport competitions and hosting numerous mega sports events. Korea has become one of the 6 countries in the world who have hosted 4 major international sporting events so far, such as Summer Olympic Games, as I mentioned, including Winter Olympic Games. Historically, Korea has primarily maintained the development of sport approach, which focuses on elite progression with an emphasis on ensuring sporting organizations attract and nurture talent to encourage elite level representation. While the true value of sport has often been jeopardized by the outcome-obsessed sports culture, which is mainly derived from the development of a sport approach, this approach has undergone criticism. Korea has attempted to utilize the true value and the power of sport as a vehicle for various personal and social development, as well as a positive social change since the beginning of the 21st century, when we had a treacherous Korean War in 1951, and just right after the Japanese colonization for 35 years. So this approach is known as development through sport or sport for development. Purpose. It is argued that sport in Korea is now in the process of a paradigm shift from development of sport to development through sport. It is aimed to explore how historically this paradigm shift has occurred in Korean sport based on political and social perspectives. 2 approaches in sport development, as mentioned, as section development of sport and development through sport. Generally, sport development refers to sport participation itself and promoting the opportunities and benefits of its participation. First, development of sport is considered to be traditional approach, representing the creation and enhancement of sport, such as the provision of sport coaching and facilities. And this sport intended to build sports capacity. I'd like to suggest this pyramid model. Traditionally, the development of sport approach has been dominated by this pyramid model, which illustrates the connection between a wide base of sport participants at the lowest level and the elite athletes at the top. During the last 4 decades, Korea has solely focused on the top-down perspective to elevate national prestige through successful performance at international sporting events. Development through sport. The second approach, development through sport, is more recent approach. This approach views sport as a powerful engine to derive various development schemes that cover the followings: resolution of intergroup conflict, human development, promotion of cultural understanding, communication, development infrastructures, health promotion, which is very important, disease prevention, empowerment for women and girls, or someone who are handicapped or lower class people, and social integration and development of social capital, driving of economic development. Development of sport in South Korea. During the President Park Chung-hee's regime between 1961 and 1979, the President Park Chung-hee, who was a military-based captain who made a coup d'etat to, took over the government in the 1961. And his regime is historically considered a starting point for this development of a modern Korean sport. Just like authoritarian regimes in other countries, sport during President Park's regime was used as a tool to promote political ideology, as well as to establish political legitimacy. And he often mentioned that national power, physical power is national power. And there are several further meaningful achievements for the development of Korean elite sport, which was achieved by this policy development of sport. First, the athletic specialist system in 1972, which was institutionally designed to develop talented young athletes in school sport, helped to lay the foundation of Korean elite sport. Second, the KASA, currently known as Korean Olympic Council, introduced the life pension system for elite athletes who won medals in major international sporting events. Another aspect that contributed to the development of elite sport during Park's presidency was military service exemption law for elite athletes enacted in 1973. Life pension system in the table 2 and 3 display the current method of point evaluation and monthly payment for the pension system. The pension system, which motivated the athletes to excel in performance, was indicative of the philosophy of the government towards elite sports success and reflected growing concern of the government over elite sport development. John Doo-hwan, who actually transformed, he took over the Park's presidency as he also was from a military-based person. And John's regime lasted from 1980 to 1988. John's regime continued to use sport or mega sporting events as a political tool for the establishment of government political legitimacy. 3 professional sports, namely the Korean Professional Baseball League, the Korean Professional Soccer League, Korean Traditional Wrestling, known as Serum, which recently listed as World UNESCO Cultural Heritage in 2017. And these professional sports commenced in the early 1980s. And the government's successful bids for the 1986 Asian Games and 1988 Olympic Games accelerated the nation's elite sport development. The fifth and the sixth republics, six republics also reigned by a military-based person, President Roh, from 1988 to 1993, started to construct specialist sports schools across the nation with the aim of nurturing and promoting talented athletes in the future. If I summarize what I've talked about so far, The two regimes from 1980s to 1993 achieved much in the area of elite sports despite severe criticism for undemocratic politics. One of the main critiques about sports development policies in the 1980s was the lack of government's interest in mass sports participation with the concept of sports for all. However, unlike the previous military-based government in the 1980s, each government during the period dating from 1993 to today has put an emphasis on sports for all to promote mass sport participation. In contrast, elite sport was given relatively little attention during the period. Development through sport in South Korea. It should be noted that sport was often employed to develop better community and citizen life outcomes through a welfare state process. This is quite consistent with the definition of development through sport, which focuses on public and community well-being. Korea began to participate in various development through sport programs and initiatives both domestically and internationally in 2000. The main target groups of these are unprivileged people in disadvantaged area, such as women, ethnic minority individuals, people with disabilities, at-risk youth, refugees, and elderly people. Development through sport in domestic programs. Domestically, sport equipment support program and the sport camp are annually operated by the central government for the target groups mentioned above. For instance, in 2012, a total of 19,956 items of sports equipment were distributed to 10,600 local child centers, elderly facilities, and social welfare facilities across the nation. Such programs as sports class, Olim Festival, Olim means togetherness, okay? So Olim Sport Camp and Family Camp were provided for multicultural groups to help them adapt well to Korean society. Because there are many refugees growing and ethnic minorities immigrated to Korea. So through sports, the government tried to, integrate social groups and classes and different people. Development through sport in the international programs. Since the beginning of the 21st century, Korea has also been actively involved in various sport for development programs and initiatives to promote international cooperation and the relationships. One of the most representative programs with regards to international development through sport in Korea is the Sport Partnership Program, which you may heard about this during the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games. They actually did this program too for global, maybe especially for the children from the third world countries. And the program is designed to provide the sports equipment and the joint athletic training services and dispatch athletic coaches to various developing countries, such as Nigeria, Jordan, Egypt, Pakistan, Bhutan, and so forth. South Korea is vigorously utilizing Taekwondo for world global diplomacy, as well as global cooperation for peace and so on. So this is a Korean traditional martial art, as you all know, as a tool for promoting international cooperation. Some issues can be raised here. in the international cooperation programs. First, most of the programs are predominantly focused on the development of elite sport in developing countries, because that developing countries, the government wants to get helped in this specific field. Although South Korean coaches or government try to help for the public as well, but I don't think it's happening now. So rather than mass sports participation. Second, although the sport-based international cooperation program is grounded in the development through sport approach, they would be rather largely inclined to take the development of sport approach. In other words, the programs are not aiming at utilizing sport as a tool for social development in developing countries, but aiming in developing sports itself, perhaps, in those countries. Lastly, the international cooperation programs through sport are mostly operated at provider-centered perspectives without considering the developing countries' economic, societal, and the political conditions in those countries. Future direction of international cooperation programs, as you can see, as I suggested in this diagram, to elevate the two problems above, the authors of this paper presentation, me, propose the future direction of international cooperation program through sport in Korea. The figure shows that with regards to future sport-based international cooperation programs, Korea needs to place more emphasis on sports for all and development through sport perspectives than on elite sport and development of sport perspectives in order for Korea to become a truly advanced sports country. Conclusion. Conclusively, the success in elite sport at international sporting competitions has made Korea to be considered a sporting powerhouse in the world. However, the success has been criticized because it has generated an outcome-obsessed sporting culture while focusing on the development of sport itself, particularly elite sport. International cooperation activities through sport in order to become a true advanced country in sport by focusing on sport for all and development through sport perspectives. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ok, for your fruitful presentation. I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist the audience in understanding the materials before the Q&A session. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, Profesor Ok dalam presentasinya menyampaikan pergeseran paradigma pengembangan olahraga di Korea Selatan dari pengembangan olahraga ke pembangunan melalui olahraga. Secara umum, pembangunan olahraga mengacu pada partisipasi olahraga itu sendiri dan mempromosikan peluang serta manfaat dari partisipasinya. Pertama, pengembangan olahraga dianggap sebagai pendekatan tradisional yang mewakili penciptaan dan peningkatan olahraga, misalnya penyediaan pembinaan dan fasilitas olahraga yang dimaksudkan untuk membangun kapasitas olahraga yang digambarkan melalui model piramid, di mana menggambarkan hubungan antara basis peserta olahraga di tingkat terendah dan atlet elit di atas. Kemudian pendekatan kedua dari pembangunan olahraga adalah pembangunan melalui olahraga yang merupakan pendekatan yang lebih baru. Pendekatan ini memandang olahraga sebagai mesin yang kuat untuk mendorong berbagai skema pengembangan yang mencakup 8 aspek termasuk di dalamnya resolusi konflik, pengembangan SDM, pemahaman budaya, pengembangan infrastruktur, pencegahan penyakit serta pembiasaan hidup sehat, penguatan peran perempuan, integrasi sosial dan pengembangan sosial kapital, serta mengarahkan pengembangan ekonomi wisata olahraga. Profesor Ok juga mengungkapkan beberapa pencapaian pengembangan elite sport Korea seperti Athletic Specialist System, life pension system, serta military service exemption law. Sebagai ringkasan, Profesor Ok menyampaikan bahwa kedua rezim di area 80 sampai 93 mencapai banyak di bidang olahraga elit meskipun kritik keras terhadap politik yang tidak demokratis. Salah satu kritik utama terhadap kebijakan pengembangan olahraga di tahun 80-an adalah kurangnya minat pemerintah dalam partisipasi olahraga massal dengan konsep sport for all. Namun tidak seperti militer di tahun 80-an sebelumnya, masing-masing pemerintah selama periode 93 hingga hari ini telah menekankan sports for all untuk mempromosikan partisipasi olahraga massal. Sebaliknya, olahraga elit diberikan perhatian yang relatif sedikit selama periode tersebut. Pada akhir presentasinya, beliau menyatakan bahwa secara meyakinkan keberhasilan olahraga elit di kompetisi olahraga internasional telah membuat Korea dianggap sebagai pusat kekuatan olahraga di dunia. Namun keberhasilan tersebut dikritik karena telah menghasilkan budaya olahraga yang terobsesi dengan hasil sambil berfokus pada pengembangan olahraga itu sendiri, khususnya olahraga elit. Beliau mendorong adanya kegiatan kerjasama internasional melalui olahraga untuk menjadi sebuah negara yang maju sejati di bidang olahraga dengan fokus pada perspektif sport for all dan pembangunan melalui olahraga. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the short summary of Professor Kwang Ok's presentation. So should you have any question, please kindly raise your hand or probably write your question. Okay, Ibu Rina, I saw that you are raising your hand. Please, Ibu Rina.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. I'm talking about the sport for all. My question is how you implement in your country and you propose, you promote to the people, like small people, from the kids or the disability people, to do the sport all, like for example, what the action, and then when the action, how to promote in the social media to know you doing sport for all. You talking about the before in the military and the others story before, but in this era, this is this modern area. I mean, in the COVID-19, and then what did you do for the sport for all? Because of course in many countries they do something, like with a bicycle or something, like moving or something, and they're doing in the outdoors. So what did you do in your country? Thank you, Mr. Professor Kwang.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rina. So would you like to answer the question?
Yeah,
Professor
thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, Sports for All policy began in South Korea. That was 1960, actually. Maybe influenced by the German and the European and global movement. But we have not carried out, we have not continued that Sports for All policy because of this, military government. And talking about children and minority groups, they were perhaps suffered, but some private sectors, sports halls and sports clubs, and some sports centers who privatized, and they often trained some sports, including taekwondo and many martial arts and some racket sports or football and things like that in private sectors. Of course, in schools, they were carried out, within the curriculum. But after school program was not that popular up until 1990s. Talking about present time situation under COVID-19, and although the government from the early 2000, the government tried to promote sports development through sport and sports for all policy, but it's not easy. And there were kind of resistance from elite sports groups and also some governments, political, conflicts. But then in every local and local, sports associations nowadays mostly privatized and getting funds from the central government as well as local government. So now it's really good time for South Korea to get promoted with the sports for all movement. And so people often call South Koreans running all the time. Like for my age, like early 50s, they woke up early morning running and then, playing tennis, golf, they participate in many, many sports nowadays. And whereas about 20 years ago, the people's mindset was totally different and just to work. But nowadays, people try to get more space for sports activities. But under the COVID-19, it's difficult. But we use home training, what they called, and under the central government, we have a division of a sports and tourism section, and they promote these kind of home training program, and through a webpage, homepage, and some through some network and through local sports associations, and you can easily access the home training. So very useful, actually. I neglected the one sometimes, but once I looked at it, that was very useful. Oh, these guys are very good, and online activities can improve your health, and you can improve much. So the children benefited from this kind of activities programs nowadays, and kids nowadays, after school program is very popular nowadays. Under COVID-19 is a little bit bad, a little bit hindered, but then sports clubs, the government support a lot nowadays. Like a few 50 years or 100 years ago in European countries and America perhaps, and we promote sports clubs. So if you go to sports clubs, you will see a lot of kids, youth, and then sometimes adults group. So mainly youth, but then some people, play together and they influence each other. So this can be a sports club. Okay, so my answer is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Professor. So maybe one more question. What's the differences of the South Korea and the North Korea? Because your explanation is South Korea. So is that like you have a differences of regulation or procedure and something, and what?
You mean between North and South?
Yes.
Oh, we politically divided, so the policy and the regulations are all different. Totally, we're living in different countries. So we're talking about South Korean situation.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Mr. I understand right now. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Thank you so much, Professor Alt. Now we can see that Dr. Agus Mahendra is raising his hand, so probably you can pose your question. Dr. Agus, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Rita. Well, I'd like to discuss a little bit on the topic of your presentation. For us, it's actually, we should admit that your topic is a little bit rare to be discussed in our country because, frankly speaking, from one perspective, I think we should admit that our paradigm in developing sport is only on single perspective, that is development of sport, and we are not moving yet from this kind of perspective. But for myself, this topic is not really new because I also already read your paper or your article extending your this kind of topic. But only after you talk to us directly, then I found that there will be a kind of a problem if other country like Indonesia to follow your way in, let's say, in shifting this paradigm. Because in my logic, your country moving or shifting this paradigm from development of sport to development through sport, having not any problem, because in trying to improve your sport performance in the international nuance, you have everything complete in your country. You have, let's say, good infrastructure available in your country. So when you are shifting this paradigm and trying to pursue or to force the government to have other or another different perspective, it won't affect too much on your effort in developing your elite sport performance, because you are supported by very well infrastructure availability. But for us, it could be different when we are still trying to, let's say, to persuade or to make certain the government that they need to also shift this paradigm. Then I am sure that the government will be happy, because then the money for sport development will not be any no more too much. We don't need too much to let's say to put budget on this sport development. But then the problem is that there will be much problem for the effort to improve this performance, because later our government will not be happy anymore to supply all of the sport federation with, let's say, enough or sufficient infrastructure and all of the facilities needed to improve this achievement. So can you see the same logic in that, let's say, in this paradigm? Could you please tell us? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agus Mahendra, Professor. I think the situation is maybe a bit different from Indonesian situation.
Yes.
If I mention about the what happened when the sports federations and the Korean Olympic Committee and Korean Olympic associations try to emerge with the sports for all groups, right? I mean, before the 2000, they were only, as you mentioned, the central government only supported elite sports federation, and the companies sponsored, with cooperating, well with the government sometimes, as you mentioned, as you know, we call it, the 유착, 정경 유착, which means economic, collaboration. So like Samsung and Hyundai and those huge companies and could build up their, stakes with those, getting helped by the government sometimes. So the sports, elite sports could, could develop by those kind of environment. But then, as you mentioned, from the 2000, if I mention about this speculation, when the elite sports groups try to emerge with the sports all groups, there were difficulties. a lot of arguments.
Yeah.
But the public and the government, the left-winger government, the Blue Party, I mean, the Minjudang, the Democratic Party, once reigned the government, and they agreed and they supported this emergence. So now it seems to moving towards shifting from the development of sport to development through sport. What I mean is the Sports for All movement itself explains, sport through sports. We educate children and we develop our society. We integrate our society and we make better country, right? So, although the sport, the society, South Korean society seems to, quite positively recognize sports, the function of sports. I mean, the positive function of sports. So, yeah, I mean, so it's a bit different from Indonesian situation, but yeah. I think I'm not well aware about this Indonesian situation, sports development at the moment and the history yet. Maybe I need to look up more later and compare with the South Korean situation. Yeah. But I think you perhaps still in trap of perhaps getting help from central government and helped by the companies to promote elite sports development, perhaps, for now.
Yeah. So basically, you wouldn't suggest that this paradigm shift could be implemented in kind of a developing country like Indonesia?
Well,
do you think?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, the South Korean situation is shifted from before and we shifted to the future and now. But then maybe I can suggest, I would like to suggest strongly to your country, of course, because this is important. I mean, as we learned from the history and the European countries and the American countries, and also we all know that disadvantages happened caused by the elite sports policy. So you train too much and you fed up with exercise and you don't like sports anymore like later, and you only emphasize on education for youngsters only sometimes. So people play sports, it's only their own leagues, so bad things many happen in Korea 10, 20 years ago. Maybe you have noticed that we train too much, like a China now. Chinese athletes, they suffered a lot, and although they trained scientifically, but they suffered, and they don't enjoy. So I mean, sports for all, we need to pursue sports for all for youngsters to enjoy sports. Whether they choose sports as their professional or not. So that could be the most important point, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a nice discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Ox. So we are still waiting for another question. So probably you can type your question in the chat box, and then probably the committee or me would probably give you a hand in translating your question. Professor Toho, would you like to pose something to Professor?
Yes,
okay,
thank you, Burita. Professor Guang, is really a very interesting topic that you have given in your presentation. I'm really interested at the current state now. in Korea, what is the balance between development of sport and development through sport? Are you going totally to move from development of sport to development through sport? That's one question. I mean, we trying in Indonesia to balance between development of sport and development through sport. Because nowadays, Indonesia also trying to devote their energy to elite sport, that development of sport. And we're trying to move that kind of paradigm and trying to balance between development of sport and development through sport. And the second point is I want to know and the elaboration of your strategy in elevating, the international program sport in your partners program. Could you tell us what is the program, how the strategy to elevate the development of sport and development through sport in that kind of program, international program, what I mean? Have you mentioned that development of sport and even development through sport approach being developed, but mostly still on the elite sport development? Thank you very much, Professor Guang.
Okay, Professor Guang. Okay, you are still muted. Okay, yeah.
Oh, my friend, thank you to see you to your health space. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, maybe we could see you again later. Responding to your first question, yeah, I'm quite pleased to hear that Indonesia tried to balance and also move to the development through sport, although you are now focusing on development of sport. And South Korea, up until late 1990s, we were mostly development of sport. We only focused on training athletes and promote elite sports. So and then the government also, the military-based government until the Republic, Sixth Republic nations. So, but there were people were influenced by the elite sports policy. But the sports for all, I mean, sports development through sport policy became popular until only just the beginning of 2000. So as I mentioned, the left-winger, the government, Democratic Party once presided the presidency. He supported the this development through sport policy, and many politicians and the Ministry of Sport and Tourism, they promoted sport development through sports policy a lot, and they put so much in it. And elite sports people and group were once complained about this. We need to train our athletes representing our nation. What happened? Why you are promoting this development through sport policy too much, only for the public eye? Then those two groups were kind of conflicted each other. And then nowadays, the local sports federations and the central sports governing body, although elite sports oriented group are more hegemonious, but then they combined now. So what you call integrated sports governance now at the moment. So even local sports
Yeah.
federations, all combined together. So at the moment,
Right.
we are moving towards development through sport totally. Now we are going that direction now, but
Okay.
there is no balance. We're just going to integrated sports. So like
All right.
from not like a pyramid, but how
Yeah.
can I say? Maybe yeah, many sports for all activities. Youngsters from the young age, and they grown up, and they enjoy sports for their lives.
Yes.
But then some people they choose as a professional, and some people
Yeah.
they were selected for the national representatives. So
Mm.
this kind of system we're trying to build up at the moment. But
Yeah.
problem, as you mentioned, the money, finance is
Yeah.
quite a problem at the moment. So
Yeah.
an economic downturn and all that. But then the local sports federations, they try very hard. And as I mentioned, they are now privatized. So it's yeah, they can get some public funds. Yeah,
Okay.
something like that. And the second question about the international program, I think that they started from preparing when they prepare for the bidding competition for the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics games, and this was kind of
Yeah.
kind of propaganda, or kind of a program to show the world our South Korean sports community's intention to promote peace and to use sports for all. I mean, especially for developing countries, and especially for underdeveloped countries and ethnic minority people, because in the last decades, there are a growing number of immigrated people in South Korea, and many refugees from North Korea, and
Right.
We are getting into also less population. I mean, the older people populations is growing very fast. World maybe 1, 2, 3, I don't know, maybe it's growing so fast. So these sort of sports program for international world is to show our intention to host a mega sports event. But now is situation is a little bit difficult to do so. But then there are annual funds from the government and also international funds, and I think some donations from South Korea as well to promote taekwondo coach for the developing countries, and this is good example. But and if you look into it, maybe you will see that was sort of propagandized. I mean, the taekwondo was used for the military government to to promote perhaps hosting the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games. So that was also kind of that was the development of sport policy during that time. But it seems surfacely they used development through sport kind of program at the time, perhaps. Yes.
Can you elaborate further, Professor Guang, in terms of the budget, national budget, in terms of policy, the balance between the mass sport and elite sport? What is the situation at the present time in Korea?
Just 5 years ago, as I mentioned, the mass sports group were more bigger. I mean, that they were grown so fast, a lot, and then they could get a lot of funds from the government, because government, the left democratic government, they support a lot. But you know, and the company still supported the elite sports group, but now the company, they know since 2000, they maybe just 10 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, the small or mid-size or bigger size companies in South Korea, they seem to recognize, oh, the mass sports activities is quite important. So let's sponsor the local sports federation, or let's sponsor for the public sports. So the children and the public, they will know more, and their you know, purified or perhaps pure intention from the government. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, Professor Ok. Now we can see that Miss Ariati is raising her hand. So probably I'm going to ask her to invite her to pose her question.
Okay.
Miss Ariati, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I'm glad I can attend this conference. I think it's very interesting regarding about the policy and the sport through to be on the sport for all. And my point is a question about when you're talking, because your country is not developing country, you are actually ready for supporting the whole community on sport. And then we are still juggling with looking for people who really enjoy and understanding and value it on the sport for living. So my point is because of you mentioned about this, and then you're so organized with until the level of elite. I'm looking for, because of the organization, I'm sure you look. I'm looking for from you to the sample of how to organize from the family, school, society, and community through the private and become elite. So they can more looking for the whole package of the development to help us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ariati. It just moving so fast recently, I think. I mean, we were stopped by the COVID-19 at the moment, but just a few years ago, the government and the support schools, especially after school program, and sometimes they you can include for the official curriculum hours, teaching hours as well. And the physical education teacher, you know, associated with the local Ministry of Education and some sports department and sports elite group, and they sometimes hire professional coach. You know, the coach can get paid, and these coaches often from university. Okay, so the university graduate from the physical education department, and they dispatched after their graduation or before their you know, their national exam to be a physical education teacher. They can work as a part-time. Nowadays, this part-time physical educating job for after-school sports activities program, which promote actually, as you mentioned, Arati, that is kind of a sports club, okay, for each event, sports event, badminton, swimming, and baseball, things like that. And then they play inter-school competition seasonally. And then And then these from the sports club, they are not called as elite athlete at the moment. Before we call it 선수, which is athlete, elite athlete. But now we call it student athlete only. So you are the students, but you like this sports and you participate in this sports club, and then you just go with this group representing school, of course, and then you play against the other school. And then at the end of the season, by the points, getting some points, and this student can be the representative of the city. And then they go to not the children, youngsters, youth festival. Yeah, youth sports festival, national youth sports festival. They go to there, and then they try to make it national players from there. So that is, I think, we are looking at the outcome, but it's progressing at the moment. As I mentioned, we are moving totally forward to this policy. Yes.
And one thing, because this is a summer, right? So actually, yes. I think everyone understanding the situation of the COVID, and everybody thinking about only home, and it's mean like limited space. But when you see it like outdoor and the summer is very important to fight with the COVID because of the virus. So like, I don't know how to package your summer through this situation on the COVID right now, because as Indonesia has a lot of space, actually, we don't really, maybe the policy of the public policy maybe still looking for the type of program to help sport supposed to be outside as the best. Thank you.
Many South Korean, I mean, you talked about children during this summer under this COVID-19 situation, the limited activities can, but then many South Korean adults, they try to find outside. They try to walk up the mountain, climb up the mountain, and they try to play golf. They try to play tennis, and even with a mask on, yes. So they seem to enjoying, they don't care about it. And then children is, okay, they study, they need to study. But during the vacation, it's a good question. But as I heard, some schools, they do physical education with a mask on, with some social enough distances. And yeah, I've noticed that. So even in my university, and the students play sports with some social distance. Of course, in the gym, maybe you need to open the doors, and you need to prevent, a lot of things, So, but that is a question issue for all of us. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Professor Ok, we still have 9 minutes actually. And then I have one question. Actually, this is one and doubled coming from Mr. Hermanto. So he chat me on the message.
Sorry, there are 3 questions, Miss.
Okay, 3 questions. So would you like to pose your own question, Mr. Hermanto? Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, Miss. So, Prof. Guang, thank you for your presentation. So I asked about the developing sport, especially about the system. South Korea have, long-term athlete development model? Because in South Korea, I saw a lot of sport with the consistently, like a football, taekwondo, archery, and also basketball. When I talk about the basketball, I remember about some university we have a scrimmage Yonsei University because I'm a coach of basketball. So I remember that Yonsei University, that university very tough, very tough. So number two, I hear also your private company like Samsung, LG, support for one sport for all. Compared to us, mostly one for all sport, like we call it BUMM sometimes, Mandiri. So is it true or not? I don't know. The number three, how you government support your athlete about the payroll, about the study, and also life. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you for your listening, Hermanto. Yeah, I wasn't quite understood. I couldn't understood your first question clearly, but then, yes, you're right. The Yonsei University and Korea University, private universities, they have a good team with basketball and
Yes, right.
football as well, soccer, and like the first generation of internationalized, well-known player, like who played in Bundesliga in Germany, professional football, and Chabum, and then and He Jung, in Eindhoven, and they were all from Korea University and Yonsei University. So this happened from the 1970s, and they sort of I think imitated from the Ivy League from the United States, and then like a British intercollegiate sports league, and also Japanese Keio Waseda League, something like that. And we had a university sports league from late 1970s, and that were popular in the 1980s. And then from 1980s, in my presentation, I mentioned about the professional sports league became quite popular from 1990s only. So the government and the companies, private companies, they support a lot for these professional sports, because the government, top-down policy for the elite sports as well as professional sports. So these elite sports was national prestige, and the professional sports try to promote for kind of policy for sports, what we called 3S policies. 3S policies. One is a screen, one is a sex, one is a sport. So the John's the president regime, they promoted sport, okay, for the development of the society and promoting the people. And you ask about how these athletes can get helped with their studies and their training, and financially, right? The government support these athletes, and they through some kind of programs. I mean, in middle school and high school, even in university, if you are athletes, okay, student athlete, as I mentioned, student athletes, they can apply for some scholarships, okay, and even they can get helped with the tutorings, okay, if they lost some hours listening to some classes, even in the middle school and high school, and they can get helped with the online education contents, and also by tutoring from the government program and things like that, okay? And then I wasn't quite sure about how I answer about your second question. The private companies is if I understand clearly, maybe rightly about your interpret your question, perhaps the private companies at the moment, they don't quite keen on supporting, sports professional leagues, whereas early 1990s and they were quite popular because government pushed, supporting, and the government asked the company to support sports, professional sports. But now the government don't ask. They doesn't ask, the companies to support sports federations. So sports federation, they should get fund by themselves. And also they can get, of course, help financially from central government, of course. Okay. And as I mentioned, they also try to get some donations from the public. Okay. So that is the situation at the moment in South Korea.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So, how about the LTAD, long-term active development? Are you also adopt that model, or you have another model for the physical literacy first and sport for life? I mean, the step for sport for life. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, we, I think in education, Ministry of Education, they seem to promote this physical literacy policy, together cooperating with the Minister of Sport and Tourism. Yes, it's happening in school. Yeah. So as I mentioned, is the growing number of hours, the official curriculum
Yes.
or physical education is growing in the middle school and high school. So that is changing, okay, moving forward positively. And then, as I mentioned, the after-school program, okay, through sports clubs, these also getting help from financially, okay? If you organize a sports club, some sports, teams, you can get some fund from the local Ministry of Education. Okay.
Understand.
Yeah.
Yes, understand. Because I see the like basketball, but even in the club they have same technique with the school. So
Yes.
I think yes, Korea have a standard with the curriculum same with the all level,
Yes.
even in school or in the club. Yes, thank you, Prof.
So, yes, after school, there's some coaches they dispatch to school and they teach. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Kwang Ok, for spending your time. Actually, now it's 14:31. So thank you so much for the fruitful discussion. We have enormous number of questions in the chat box, but really sorry that because since the limited of time that we have. Stay safe, Professor Kwang Ok. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you, friends. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we have our second speaker. I can see that he's on the Zoom meeting right now. Dr. Richard Bailey, are you here with us?
I am.
Okay, hi. So where are you now, Dr. Richard? Are you in Kuala Lumpur or?
Just outside Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, okay. So we actually only have 1 hour difference time, right? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, now may I invite our second speaker, Dr. Richard Bailey from University of Nottingham, Malaysia, with the topic Making the Case for Sport in Development. But first, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of him. Dr. Richard Bailey was recently joined the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, after working in Berlin, Germany as head of research for the Global Sports Science and Education Agency. He is an expert advisor for UNESCO, OECD, and Nike. His areas of specialism include the learning sciences, human development, mental health, and sport pedagogy. Richard has held senior academic or scientific posts in the UK and Germany, and has carried out teaching and research in Asia, Africa, North America, and Europe. He is the author of more than 100 scientific articles and author or editor of 30 books. His current research projects include Malaysian teachers' views of the importance of different school subjects, a multi-setting model of inclusive sport coaching, and a European physical education teacher education framework. So Dr. Richard, you will have approximately 40 minutes for your presentation, and then later on will be followed by the 20 minutes of question and answer. Dr. Richard, the time is yours.
Thank you. I'll just try and share my screen.
Okay, can you do that?
I'm sorry, this might take just a second.
Okay, you can see that now.
That's a relief. Thank you. I will just try and get it on full screen. Hopefully you can see a full screen there.
Yes, we can see that clearly now.
Okay, well, Selamat Petang. I hope you're all well. That's behind Malay. Assalamu alaikum. Good to see you all. And thank you ever so much for this invitation. Yes, I've recently moved to Malaysia. I'm in a university in the middle of a rainforest in Malaysia. So we only really have one season, which alternates between terrifying thunderstorms and extreme heat. So my poor English skin is really going through some periods of adaptation. I've decided to talk about something which has been a topic of mine for the last 20 years, really. I wrote an article in the Journal of School Health on the claimed benefits of sport and physical education, followed in 2009 by a study on physical education specifically. And then in 2013, the most comprehensive review ever of the benefits and outcomes of physical activity funded by Nike. Thanks to Nike and some of these other agencies, such as the European Commission, European Parliament, the International Red Cross and the OECD, I've continued to extend this, and I'm now looking at specific populations, so primarily disabled people and women. And it's kind of a key question, because we talk in the sports community all the time about benefits of sport. We talk about it all of the time. The discussion of the presentation by the previous speaker was interesting, because we were talking about social benefits and personal benefits. And if you go to meetings with groups like United Nations or UNESCO or World Health Organization, it's quite common for people to start from an assumption that sport is good for you. And that's the assumption, and we go from there. Now, in a way, that's perfectly reasonable, because there is a lot of evidence in favor of positive outcomes of sport. But if we're going to be completely honest, I think that's an assumption that we do need to question from time to time, partly because of different understandings of what we mean by sport, and partly by the scope of what we're claiming. You know, I've been in meetings with advocates for sport where you might believe that all governments need to do is fund sport and only sport, and all social problems will be cured overnight, because sport is, as the Americans say, a silver bullet. It is a universal cure for everything. Now, obviously, that is not the case. Obviously, that's not the case. But because people like ourselves, yourselves, myself, and our colleagues around the world love sport, we're committed to sport, we sometimes lose a degree of objectivity. So what I like to do is to try to take a step back, to step out of the shoes of a sport advocate and into the shoes of somebody who's not quite sure, who needs to be persuaded. So that's what I'm going to try to do. That's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to ask about why we need to make the case. I'm going to offer the evidence from my Nike study. The last phrase will make no sense to you unless you're a fan of turn of the 20th century American newspapers, but it refers to my favorite cartoon. And I think there's a lesson to be learned from this cartoon, but at the moment we don't really learn. Okay, reasons for us to be cheerful. The evidence base and the research activity on the benefits of sport is increasing almost exponentially. It is exploding. If you go to journals around the world, you will see that there's a significant increase. Now that's slightly misleading, isn't it? Because 90% of the referee journals in the indices are from two countries, the US and the UK. So when I say around the world, I mean from those two countries. But essentially, you'll see this extremely encouraging growth in research. That's partly funded by the Association of Sport with Health. And health, as you may know, is significantly better funded than sport, at least sport for all. Most countries have little or no funding for research in sport for all. Every country has funding for research into health. If we look at sport for development in the broadest sense of, sport for all, physical education, wider use of sport for social purposes, sport is becoming increasingly common. Groups like UNESCO and the OECD and the Red Cross and the Commonwealth are including sport within their programs as a matter of course. I recently participated in a United Nations Social Affairs meeting. Now, this is an organization that has never spoken about sport, but sport was one of the key agenda items, and specifically sport for inclusion, using sport as a mechanism for including people into mainstream society. And then recently, more recently still, the OECD, the Organization for Economic and Cultural Development, which carries out the PISA rankings, the world rankings for education, recently included physical activity as part of its PISA assessment. And I should declare, I was the senior expert that led that. Now, that last one is massively significant because, generally speaking, governments initiate policies for a variety of reasons, sometimes because of commitments they made before elections, sometimes because they're trying to please their electoral base, sometimes because of some disaster or emergency that they're trying to resolve, but always because they perform badly in comparison with other countries. To give you an example, I come from the UK originally, although I haven't worked there for many years. The UK, in one survey, came bottom of the European League table for the amount of time in school physical education. Within 5 years, we were top. Because the perception of the UK as the country that invented the concept of physical education should be bottom of the league table was too painful to bear by the fragile egos of our leaders. So investment was put into this. And this ended in 2015-16 with what was almost certainly the most comprehensive physical education program in the world. It ended with a new government that didn't believe in things like that. But for a while, it was really valued. But it was initiated by comparison. And the identification of physical activity within PISA, I predict to you now, my friends, will transform physical education in schools around the world. Reasons to be cautious. If you pick up almost any policy document or advocacy document on sport, they overclaim the benefits. They make claims that are not true or claims that are not known to be true. So if you go to the American literature, many of them talk about sport building character. The problem with that is they don't define what character means. And even when they do define it, most of the literature suggests that it doesn't. That sport reveals character, it shows your strengths and weaknesses and so on. Another claim is that, for example, physical education improves children's health. There's very little evidence that that's the case because there's not enough time in physical education lessons in most countries to have any training effect at all. Physical education can be quite good for inspiring participation and upskilling, giving fundamental movement skills for participation, and that seems perfectly reasonable. But the idea that taking part in physical education lessons has any effect at all on physical health is nonsense, as far as we can tell, unless you follow the rules or the procedures of countries like Finland and Hungary that just simply have very large amounts of time for daily physical education. Then that makes sense. But if, like most countries, you have an average of 1.5 lessons a week, including changing, preparation, behavioral issues, watching, observing, discussing, that's simply in contradiction to what we know about the human body. Another problem is that many of the benefits associated with or claimed for sport are really claimed for physical activity, generalized physical activity. And then we assume it applies to sport. But actually, if we mean by sport competitive or activities, sport has some benefits, but not all sports. So for example, soccer, football, is associated with increased levels of physical activity. But many other sports are not. Cricket, baseball, let me think of a couple of others. Cricket, baseball, handball, they're not. They do not have a large training effect. The reality, the delivery of sport in different settings is often not best practice. My interest in sport for development was because I come from physical education by background. My interest in sport for development was stemmed by working with the Red Cross during the tsunami era. So we were working with disaster victims and we were trying to include sport programs within these settings. My review for the Red Cross suggested that the sport has possible benefits, quite powerful benefits for people recovering from disasters, including deaths of loved ones, but it's characterized by calming, relaxing, social, positive activities. Football is not a calming, relaxing activity, yet something like 85 to 95% of sport development projects involve football. So it's not best practice. Football has other benefits, but in settings of post-disaster, things like yoga, aikido, tai chi, relaxed kind of games like cricket and baseball and things like that are much preferable. And of course, there's a huge policy practice gap. UNESCO has carried out a number of worldwide surveys of physical education and sport, and in every one of them, they've identified the policy, the documents, the government statements are often very positive. But when you go to the ground, it's not the same. I used to do a lot of work in Africa, and I remember traveling 3 hours to observe some sport in schools in a place called Ladysmith, which is famous for Ladysmith Black Mambazo, which is a musical group. It's very dangerous, very risky, in the middle of nowhere. We got to the school and we said, can we observe some physical education? Yes, of course, they said. The head teacher got a ball that was deflated, threw it into the field. The children descended on it like, should we say, hungry wolves. And the big kids got the balls and played some simple game. And the head teacher said to me, there you go, physical education. it really shocked me. And then over the months that I was working in that area, it shocked me less and less because it became more and more normal. So we need to be careful about claims made on behalf of policies by government officials and actual realities of coaches and teachers and community workers. And there's often a big gap. I mentioned before the world's most comprehensive review of the benefits of physical activity. Please note physical activity, not necessarily sport, and the reference is there. Chuck Hillman, a neuroscientist, Sean Arendt is a physiologist, and Al Petipas is a psychologist. And then I was the sole Brit, the sole non-American in the group, coming in as a physical educationist and a philosopher. And we got quite a lot of support from Nike. We had access to any articles anywhere in the world, and these were analysed. And as you can see from the chart, well, you may be able to see, we weighted the evidence, we made judgments about the quality of the journals, the relationship between the research question, research methodology, and the outcomes, the relationship between individual articles and the literature as a whole. And we identified a wide number of outcomes to varying degrees. But it was a bit complicated, so we've reduced it to 6 what we call capitals. The idea is that physical activity is a capital investment in well-being. If you go for a walk, if you go for a run, if you do some exercise, do some martial arts, what you are doing is investing in the quality of your life. Now, like investment, things can go up and down. If you become ill, if you catch COVID-19 and so on, that's fine. And like investments, some of these are unpredictable and some are predictable. But generally speaking, our claim was and continues to be that physical activity is a unique investment in well-being, in the quality of life, assuming supportive environments and context. Don't forget what I said earlier on. Simply offering physical activity doesn't necessarily lead to benefits. So, for example, we know simply offering sports clubs and making women welcome by saying women are allowed to participate has minimal effect upon women's participation unless the presentation and the organization and the context of the club changes to become more inclusive. And I think we all know, ladies and gentlemen, most sports clubs are not inclusive. They are designed for men by men. That is the truth. Why does that matter? So you might think, okay, that's fine, I'm a man, fabulous. Well, it matters because of this. There is only one mechanism for transforming and improving the quality of life in a society, and that is the empowerment of women. Unless we start as a culture, as a community within sport, to recognize that inclusion is not just a nice idea, that inclusion of women and the disabled and the poor and people of alternative sexualities is not just a nice idea, and it's not just an ethical principle, but it is a practical way of significantly increasing the power of sport. So in many countries, we know women essentially are excluded from sport. What that means is 50% of the potential population, 51%, sorry, of the potential population are excluded from this activity. That will and can only have a negative effect upon the activity. So inclusion, a culture of inclusion, an environment, a context of not just being in the same building, but actively having a shared ownership of a club seems to be the only way that we can transform these sport into something that is sport for all, literally. And that's partly about power. So, for example, if you look at physical activity, this varies by context. As I said, physical education is generally overclaimed, but we do know that people who are physically active have a range of physical health benefits. Illnesses associated with low levels of physical activity account for between 4 and 6 billion people in the world. Sport now, according to the WHO latest statistics, has a similar impact on health as smoking. Physical inactivity has a similar impact as smoking. Physical activity is the new smoking. So just in the way that we should be discouraging people from smoking for their health and well-being, we need to discourage people from sitting. Sitting is the new smoking, more accurately. Then we've also got motor skills. Some of our colleagues talked about physical literacy and long-term athlete development, and we can talk about that later on if you like. I'd point out, I have written a large article in the journal Sport in Society, in which I argue that the concept of physical literacy is unclear to the point of confusion. But if we're talking about basic movement skills, this is one of the great underappreciated aspects of sport. Fundamental basic movement skills offer a foundation not just for later sports skills, but also later physical activity lifestyles, and probably enhanced cognitive functioning, enhanced brain functioning. This is just one of the better known models of movement development. You don't need to study it. But what I would say to you is, I draw your attention to the proficiency barrier. This is a theory that is beginning to be tested, and the results are quite concerning. Children go through different stages of movement development. They start with relatively basic rudimentary activities like rocking in the cart by what's called rhythmic stereotypies. These activities are carried out over and over again. They gradually start to take shape through crawling and stretching and rolling and rotating. Then they develop into running, jumping, twisting, turning, stopping, starting, and then on the journey goes to sport, or cycling to school, or work, or taekwondo, or anything. What seems to be the case is that the basic movement skills that would normally be achieved in a healthy child of about 7, running, jumping, twisting, turning, blah, 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 offers a barrier such that if children do not acquire these skills, they are significantly less likely to develop further motor skills, more specific motor skills. And if they don't develop specific motor skills, they have a problem. And that problem is lifelong inactivity, because lifelong inactivity assumes basic movement competence. For example, to play games, to play with the children, to play in the park, to walk and cycle to school. And all of these assume those fundamental skills, like balance, like catching objects, like throwing, like running and jumping and changing directions. So it seems to be clear that if children do not acquire those fundamental movement skills during the first half of their primary schooling, we as a society have essentially disabled them from participation in mainstream society. And if you consider how important physical activity is for children, games and physical activities like running and jumping and catching are fundamental to their emerging self-esteem. They are fundamental to their social networks, because that's primarily through the medium of games. And they're fundamental to recreational physical activity. So this is very, very serious. Physical education, it seems to me, is really nothing much to do with being active. It's really to do with learning the building blocks of lifestyle, physically active lifestyle. If we look at the social aspects, there is evidence that people who are members of sports clubs have significantly more friends. They have a significantly wider network of peers, as in people they know who are not necessarily their friends. There is also some evidence of crime reduction. Now, I was funded recently for a number of years by the Korean government, and their starting point for the project we were working on was the growing delinquency of Korean teenagers, which is something that never occurred to me in Korea. And the idea that sport and physical activity could prevent it. And my argument, my rather facetious or silly argument was, well, of course, they're not committing crime when they're playing basketball, because you can't commit a crime in the middle of a game. But that is kind of indicative that children who are members of sports clubs or young people who are members of sports clubs are less likely to commit crimes in most settings. In some cases, for example, in United States youth sport, boys who are members of sports clubs are more likely to commit crime, drug taking. And that seems to be, to return to the key theme, because the culture of male youth sport in America is, if we were to summarize it in one word, is macho. It's about being a man. And for some reason, macho is associated with killing yourself with artificial chemicals. But it's all to do with this idea of culture. And that returns to the key theme. It's the way these clubs are set up that distinguishes positive from negative attitudes. If you've got clubs that are set up based upon aggression and domination and bullying and male macho,
Sampai ketemu lagi ya. Mohon maaf kalau ada.
then
for that.
it's okay. And then why would you be surprised if it produces monsters at the end of the process? Of course it will. My background is martial arts. I spent 35 years in martial arts, and I progressively moved away from clubs because I saw more and more of them based upon this aggressive, bullying fiction of what martial artists are supposed to be. Now, I do Pencak Silat, which of course is a Korean martial art, and it's much more my flavor. It's much more interesting and typically less characterized by this kind of bullying mentality. What we call individual skills, sometimes called life skills, soft skills, non-cognitive skills, are things like motivation, self-control, leadership. I did a study years ago for the English government, and they've asked the question, what is it that make high performers in school high performers in school? Is it just intelligence, what psychologists call G, general intelligence? And that probably accounts for about 50%, basic intelligence. In other words, about 50% of your school success can be attributed to your parents. But the other 50% seems to be something to do with, well, let's ignore luck for a minute, going to a good school rather than a bad school. But it seems to be something to do with these individual skills. And we particularly highlighted self-management. Gifted children in all sorts of areas, music, sport, academics, had the ability to manage themselves. They managed their time, they managed their investment in time, but they also managed their emotions. So if they had success, they were able to accept it and move on. If they had failure, they learned from it and moved on. They had this incremental idea of learning. So they're growing and growing and growing. So criticism and feedback were taken as opportunities for learning. The thing that really distinguished the gifted children, therefore, was the ability to manage themselves as learners. And that's an individual or a soft skill. And what has that got to do with physical education? Well, physical education is almost like an experiment in soft skills. You can't play a game, I'm talking about physical education, I mean sports, apologies. You can't play a game without working among other people. You can't play a game without self-discipline. And if you're coaches or teachers, you'll know, if you have individuals in your group who have no self-discipline or self-control or self-management, they don't stay because no one wants to play with them. The only place where monsters like that exist is in professional sport, where you have to tolerate them. And interestingly, professional sport is a really useful way of showing that sport does not necessarily make you a better person, because if the theory is that sport builds character, then it should follow, in using what doctors call a dose response, that the more sport you play, the better person you become. Who plays the most sport? Professional sports people. I challenge any of you, my friends, to claim that professional sports people are the best people in our society. I'm English, so my main context is professional footballer. They're not. American football, no. Other sports, I doubt it. So in other words, it's not the amount of sport you play, it's the quality of sport you play. What we call emotional capital is this cluster of psychosocial skills. Now, I've also studied psychiatry, and I know that if you're depressed during COVID, if you're suffering from anxiety or stress or depression because of the environment, and your doctor gives you drugs, you need a new doctor, because there is no drug that can deal with your negative or your mental health issues as a result of COVID, because depression, anxiety, and stress are predictable outcomes of social isolation. They are normal responses to an abnormal environment, and there is no medication anywhere in the world that can help us deal with that. Well, actually, I'm lying, because there is one medication. There's probably others, but physical activity is more effective in dealing with mild to moderate depression, stress, and anxiety than tablets, because tablets have no effect. I mean, they might give you a temporary feeling of euphoria, but there are no tablets for normal conditions. Whereas physical activity is more powerful. In tests, physical activity has a greater effect than even these dangerous drugs. Of course, this is not the serious versions of mental health problems, but mild to moderate responses to lifestyle problems like COVID, physical activity is a great solution. I said there may be others. I'm imagining, because I'm not familiar with the research, music and the arts probably are likewise, because they give you a reason to wake up in the morning. If you've got a reason to wake up in the morning, you have got the first ingredient to mental health. It's personal meaning. What am I doing with my life? And the problem with COVID, much more dangerous than the actual virus, is the abandonment of purpose. And people become essentially passive to the condition. Physical activity gives you an opportunity to exert and assert your personal meaning. What am I trying to do with my life? I mentioned this briefly, it's really interesting. When I did this review, the one area that really surprised me was this, finance. People who are members of sports clubs, people who are physically active, earn more in jobs than those who are not. Children in high school sports clubs are more likely to be called for interview if they're a member of a sports club, or even if they lie and put it on the application that they're a member of a sports club, because employers seem to find it, on the one hand, associated with a certain strength of character, but also the idea that they're able to stick to something. University graduates who are members of sports clubs, on their first year salary, on average, it is 1 year better than university graduates who are not members of sports clubs. There is a view that sports participation, physical activity, is a marker for personal characteristics and health associated with positive employment. There has been no study of this in Southeast Asia. If anyone's interested, let me know, because I think there is the anti-physical activity in many countries in Southeast Asia, this kind of tiger mom mentality of push the children through schools. We need evidence about the employability benefits of sport to show it is not academics versus physical activity. Physical activity contributes. Speaking of which, I've carried out a number of studies now, including a very, very comprehensive systematic review. And the evidence is fairly clear that time in schools and life after school involved in sport and physical activity offers absolutely no harm to academic performance. An hour or 2 hours involved in sport and physical activity makes zero negative impact on educational achievement. Nothing at all. And in many cases, it increases academic achievement. In particular, children who are physically active for half an hour to an hour a day perform better in mathematics than those who are inactive. And that seems to be that there's a phenomenon in the brain called executive functioning, which is about planning. It's obviously quite important for mathematics and schooling generally. And physical activity seems to support executive functioning. But generally, academic learning, children who use physical activity as part of their learning. So if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that will have minimal effect upon your neocortex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I combine it with physical activity, it's much more likely to become retained in my short-term memory. If I'm trying to use shapes and I use my body like in dance, then it's more likely that that will be remembered by me and therefore transferred from my short-term memory to my long-term memory. So physical activity is tremendously powerful. And the research on body aspects of learning is really quite fascinating. Simply standing up, walking around, talking, going up to a board and writing something and sitting down seems to increase retention of knowledge. And generally speaking, schools and societies that have very high levels of physical activity and sports club membership perform better in academic tests than those that have low levels of sports club and physical activity. But this was the cartoon I mentioned, my favorite cartoon. Then a miracle occurs. If you can imagine, there are two professors looking at a blackboard. On the left of the screen are a series of equations. On the right of the screen, there's a series of equations. And in the middle, it says, then a miracle occurs. Why do I like this? Well, I like it because this is kind of where we're at with outcomes of sport and physical activity. We have lots of activities, lots of different types, different intensities, and we have lots of evidence of positive outcomes. But then a miracle occurs because it's still not clear why sport has these associations. It's still not clear why, for example, some research shows that organizing a sports club for a certain group of people has positive benefits. And then another paper shows that essentially the same sports activity leads to negative outcomes. Why? We really have to start pinning this down, because otherwise governments will conclude, as many have, that the solution is more time for sport and PE. And that's not right. The solution is more time for quality sport and quality PE. Anybody can organize daily physical activity. For the last 10 years of my life, I've worked in Germany. During the middle of the 20th century, Germany had daily physical education. Now, I don't think any of us would want that outcome of daily physical education. It was a certain type of physical education that exerted a certain type of outcome, Nazism. If I'm assuming most of you are like me and wanting a different type of outcome, like community spirit, friendship, loving kindness, respect, multiculturalism, then we have to figure out a way of turning the potential in sport into a positive. Because at the moment, it can go one of two ways. And we all know this is true. We know that there are benefits, we know that there are positives, but we have to be honest with ourselves, there are also negatives. And something happens in the middle that leads it to go one way or the other. But we have clues. And that's what it seems to me there are lots of areas for research, but purely from the point of view of so what do we do? I'm going to offer you two ideas. Al Petipas wrote an article, very famous chapter called It's All About Relationships. I think we need to think about the kinds of relationships associated with positive outcomes. And when I say think about, I mean research, empirically research, get evidence, what type of relationships. We have clues: trust, honesty, empathy, friendship. One type of relationship that is not associated with positive outcomes is authoritarianism. And one of my dissatisfactions with martial arts is exactly that, that typically martial arts coaches or instructors are all knowledgeable, all powerful, and they tell the students what to do. Now, obviously that's a lie, because they're not all knowledgeable and not all powerful. But also for the students in the room, that develops a culture of obedience, of lack of questioning, and lack of critical function. And we know those things are associated with positive outcomes. Lack of reflection, in other words. We want students to become reflective, to make life choices that are in their own interest. And therefore, we need to start looking at ways of encouraging relationships between coaches and players and athletes, which is based upon mutual respect, trust, and positive relationships. The second thing we need to look at is the power of pedagogy. Pedagogy, the art and science of teaching and learning. I think we could say with confidence that alongside relationships, pedagogy is significantly influencing positive or negative outcomes. How teachers teach, how they organize activities, how they plan, how they prepare, how they work with different groups and different individuals, how they recognize that all of us in a society have some things in common. So we have something that's universal, and the coach feeds on that. And then there are some things that I share with other people, but not with others. And the coach connects with that for my identity. And then there are some things that are just mine and yours as individuals. And the great coaches connect with that. Working with individuals, what makes them truly distinctive, unique. And that would be a real positive pedagogy. And I think we're starting to make progress, but we need to start articulating it. And we need to make sure, like this great event today, that it's not just pockets of activity. So there's a study in America, there's a study in South Korea, study in Germany, but that this becomes a global idea. Because one thing I've learned living in Asia is many of the assumptions I had living in Europe are simply not held by my peers. They simply do not know what I'm talking about when I share these things. Okay, that suggests to me that what I thought was a universal finding is actually just a local finding. And how do I learn to adapt? Culture clash. Coming together with different cultures and learning from each other. I may be wrong, you may be right, but when we talk to each other, we get closer to the truth. And that's why transnational education, international dialogue is so fundamental. And that's why I think events like this are so important. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that, Dr. Bailey. So you're raising up several questions that probably we can discuss during the question and answer. But then I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist the audience in understanding the materials. Okay, Dr. Richard Bailey mempresentasikan topik Making the Case for Sport in Development. Beliau menyampaikan pentingnya mengangkat isu-isu olahraga. Beliau juga menyampaikan hasil penelitiannya bersama tim yang telah beliau tuliskan dalam artikelnya yang berjudul Physical Activity, an Underestimated Investment in Human Capital, diterbitkan di Journal of Physical Activity and Health di tahun 2013, di mana ditemukan bahwa terdapat 6 aspek yang mendukung pendapat bahwa olahraga atau aktivitas fisik mendukung investasi pada kualitas kehidupan kita. Di antaranya dapat terlihat pada aspek fisik, sosial, individu, emosional, finansial, dan intelektual. Hampir senada dengan presentasi Profesor Ock, Dr. Richard juga mengusung hubungan serta kolaborasi di akhir presentasinya, di mana timbul 2 pertanyaan besar. Kita perlu sama-sama memikirkan jenis hubungan apa yang terkait dengan hasil positif dalam proses olahraga untuk pembangunan, hubungan seperti apa yang perlu dibangun antara pelatih dengan para atletnya, kemudian dalam kaitannya dengan kekuatan pedagogi sebagai suatu seni belajar mengajar, seperti apakah pedagogi positif atau hubungan positif dalam olahraga untuk pembangunan di ruangan-ruangan kelas. Demikian yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Richard Bailey. So please, should you have any question to raise, you can raise your hand or type that in the chat box, so probably we can help you out to read your question. Do not forget to mention your name and then your institution. So Dr. Bailey will have time until 3:40 Indonesian time, Jakarta time. So to do this before we have the break. Okay, is there any question coming from the audience? Silahkan jika ada pertanyaan dari rekan-rekan. Okay, so Dr. Agus Mahendra is raising his hand. Please, Dr. Agus.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rita, for this opportunity. This is my second time to raise the question to the speakers. Richard, how are you? I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too. Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm thankful that you are approaching us right now. You are living in Malaysia, then it's easy for us to reach you then.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Richard, I sense a kind of, I can say it like pessimistic or negativity from your, always from your presentation. In the first part of your presentation, you mentioned about the that we must be very careful about sensing the benefit of something that we really believe, like sport and physical activity or physical education. So connected to what you have written in at least 3 articles, including the new one that you shown us, physical activity, the underestimated investment for human capital. And then the other article, defining physical literacy, making sense of promiscuous concept. And then the educational benefit, right? Educational benefit claim for physical education and school sport. It seems to me that you always stand in the opposition position. If someone tell you that sport or physical education give you better or great benefit, then you are going to immediately say, hey buddy, you must be very careful about claiming that kind of perceive something. So, but in the end, I could accept and I could grab that your idea is that, well, if I can conclude, I could infer, let's say that actually you are trying to warn us that we must not be too, let's say, too arrogant or to claim too fast about the benefit of something. But because in the end, you are always warn us that it is the positive pedagogy, positive or serious physical education and serious, let's say, sport taught by very reflective teacher. It is the one that give you benefit. So for me, it's kind of what is that circling approach of your opinion, I think. But to me, it's also contains kind of misleading power to someone who's not, let's say, carefully listen or read your opinion. Because when you said that it is not true that sport giving you benefit, because in the true sense, actually sport also offer something other thing, let's say. For me, for those people who are not really carefully following your idea, they will say that, oh, okay, Richard Bailey already opposed the opinion that sport, physical activity and something has good benefit, because he put forward that, let's say, it is not right. It's something like that. So I could stand that actually your opinions is based on very carefully learn or very well analyzed. But for Indonesian people and for for our most of our students, it will be hard to follow your opinion, I think. Beside the level of, let's say, ability of English, of their English. So could you comment on my on my opinion about you and about the way you're thinking? Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you. Well, I think I mean, I agree with something that I am concerned with the general approach in physical education and sport development to what I think is a delusionary mindset, which is if we just focus on the positives, then everything will be fine. And we know that's not true. We know that, for example, that governments have a tendency to marginalize physical education. So if we have this view of physical education being kind of universally positive, then I think on the one hand, we're making ourselves look foolish. A lot of the work I've done in the past has been with governments and intergovernmental agencies. And sport has traditionally low perceived value. And that's partly because of just this rather lazy prejudice that people have. And partly that when we make claims, they're silly claims. What the great thing about the human capital research, which was part of Design to Move by Nike, which is the most comprehensive study ever of physical activity, was everything we said was evidence-based. Everything we said. So when I presented at the British Parliament or the Brazilian Parliament or the United Nations, everything we said was evidence-based. So the critics had nothing to say to us at all. All they could say was, okay, that's fine. You know, World Health Organization has a history of marginalizing sport. It has a history of marginalizing sport because it comes from a particular background of medical doctors and they want to medicalize it, perhaps. But they can't do that anymore because we've made the case for sport. So I would say I don't consider myself ever as oppositional. I am independent. So personally, as an individual, sport is part of my life. That's just the truth of it. But I think my responsibility is to try to step outside my commitment and then say, really, is that the case? Without becoming overly, and there are people who are just contradictory. I think we know there are people who are just contradictory. I hope I don't do that. But if I do it, it's because if you're trying to bring about a social change, sometimes you have to express things strongly to force people to react. And it seems to me that what we need in sport is to overreact, really insert our case, because we've got a product that is absolutely unique. And the human capital research shows us there is no human activity that has the impact of physical activity. So we should be shouting from the rooftops. But when we shout, we have to avoid this kind of general cheerleading for sport, yay sport, because it makes us look silly. We should be shouting, this benefit, this outcome. If you don't do this, society suffers. So I think I'd say you're half correct, sir, in your diagnosis.
Yeah. Well, but actually I am in your position because many times it's often for me to explain to other person, especially sport person in our country here, that sport is not automatically giving you any benefit if you don't do it correctly, because it's even giving you more drawback. Let's say they're cheating inside, there will be kind of so many bribing, and also the coach is selling their athlete only for the money benefit. So yeah, I agree with you actually, but I just could say that the way you put it forward, just like giving a negative negative thinking about something, but and then you are trying to explain it carefully.
Dari dalam diri
So
sendiri.
that's
Oke.
my all. Thank you
Saya
very much.
berharap.
I don't know what that is.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm good to see you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Agus, for your question. So as we can see, now we have 5 persons raising their hands. So probably I'm going to start the question coming from these 5, and then I'm going to call one by one, okay, according to the order. Okay, so I'm going to invite first. Okay, I hear some other. Okay. Okay, I'm going to invite.
Sorry. Maybe that's.
Okay, probably you can mute yourself. Okay, Miss Ariati, you can pose your question, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Berry. I think I had a research too for the physical literacy, and then I've been reading your journal. Actually, I'm really impressed how you saying it. You have to do it. You know, you have to be example. You all every day in your life, the sport. Because I am a climber, I always be titled everywhere I live. Even though in America it's on a small community who doesn't have impact on American culture as a snow in the Minnesota, I give them exactly what you're saying. So my point is here, actually in Indonesia, it's very hard if a teacher, I'm looking for the quality of subject in PE. For a long time, I knew it is not moving on to be on the same subject on the academic, to bring them to be more positive for other subject on the level. So now, since you giving this, I think we really encourage, I think, hopefully you can give us as a key word for our teachers, especially in here, to help them, like they are understanding how to be a self-confidence, to tell them how your subject important as our subject. So that's my question, actually. So
that's a great question.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I think your use of the phrase self-confidence is really important. We in physical education community have become so used to being defensive about the subject. And I mean, the example, I was professor in the UK when the UK had I keep saying UK, there are 4 countries in the UK. In England, where England had this very, very well-developed physical education program. And physical education there was English, mathematics, and physical education. And people still complained and still, no one takes us seriously. And I just been thinking, but look, we've won. We have won. Oh, it's so awful. No, it isn't. It isn't awful. It's great, you know. And then we got the new government, all gone. So I do think self-confidence is but then this is part of our history. You know, we come from this kind of slightly ill-defined, you know, kind of partly military, partly, you know, calisthenics and all this type of thing. Now, one of my objectives in coming to Southeast Asia, and it's my favorite place in the world, that's why I'm here, but one of my objectives is to specifically address the issue you've raised. So we've just got approval to launch a nationwide survey of attitudes towards subjects in the curriculum, and specifically physical education. So we're going to, the first step is to get a view of a national picture of the perceptions of where physical education is perceived, why it is perceived, and how we can change it, if that's what people think they should change. The plan then is to extend it to Southeast Asia. So we're looking at particularly Thailand and Indonesia, and doing similar things to compare the traditions. Because the simple truth is the reason physical education is somewhat marginalized is things that are really nothing to do with physical education. It's the weird European psychology of there's the brain and then the body, and the mind is in touch with God, and I mean, it's kind of really pre-scientific view of life. And then the idea of the Catholic Church coming through and saying the body is dirty and all these types of things. And the idea of the body being decaying and things. These are things we know now from neuroscience are nonsensical. So, but the reality is if you grow up in an environment like that, of course you pick up those values. So we need to start educating people about the power of the body, the power of physical activity, the power of sport. In my mind, underlying the human capital model was one simple idea, and that is optimum human functioning. You cannot function as an organism unless you are physically active and you move. And there's actually, if you look at the rest of the curriculum, there is no other subject, language, literacy or something possibly. But the reality is your mind and your body are integrated as one, and you cannot function as an integrated organism unless both of them are engaged. And I think that's what we need to start making the case for. But yeah, sure, health and obesity, that's fine. You know, in Korea, they talk about behavior and things like that. That's fine, we can do, that's fine. But ultimately, it is about being a human being. That's what it's like. And you cannot be a complete human being unless you are a mind and a body and a spirit integrated in one. And I think we haven't, in other words, that's the positive case. There's the, you know, we can do the negative discussions as well, but the positive case is human beings move. We are designed to move. And I think that's what we need to communicate.
So one more thing, because I want to look on, you know, what you're saying is that exactly what I understand it, but some of the here, because of the, maybe the social, the community not really supporting from the children develop, you know, because they're not watching closely how you really like saying it. So this is one thing, because they're not moving on and not growing to process at school as well. That's why.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would, if anyone's interested, check out Designed to Move and Made to Play by Nike, because there's just lots and lots of videos and resources, all free, that can support this. And all written by me.
Thank you very much. I will look forward to it.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mariati and Dr. Bailey. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Bambang first, before Ms. Rizky, and then afterward Dr. Hamid. Okay, Mr. Bambang, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Rita. Allow me to introduce myself, Dr. Richard. I'm a lecturer of physical education, teacher education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, at Department of Physical Education. And it is interesting to know about the idea, your idea in regarding the sport or physical activity or kind of that is very beneficial for social development, for individual competence and else. But maybe you can a little bit explain a little bit further about the importance of pedagogy that you mentioned on the transparencies. Is it really about how the teacher design the physical activity become meaningful experience for the student, or maybe a kind of that, or I don't know. Can you a little bit explain further about this? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, pedagogy is an interesting term in the US and the UK and some parts of Asia. It's widely known, but in continental Europe, for example, in Germany, where I was working, the word would be didactics.
Okay.
And it's not just a terminological difference, because if you look at the subject literature, for example, in the UK, America, and consequently in countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and so on, what you find is this idea of curriculum theory. So people talk about the curriculum, but in fact, there's no tradition of talking about how to deliver the curriculum. In Europe, didactic is fundamentally about how to deliver the curriculum. So that's, I think, when we use pedagogy, we're actually really talking about didactic, which is the art and science of communicating the curriculum. And there is, there is some research. There's research, for example, in motivational climate. So the environment of the lesson, if it's a sports club or a PE lesson, about the values associated with, for example, growth and personal development, as opposed to winning. I mean, that's a certain irony, there's winning and competition are so potent, powerful forces in sport that they kind of influence everything. But the reality is that even elite sports people, when they report back on their childhood experiences and youth experiences, talk about movement and growth and development experiences. Very few people grow up in environments that's all about winning and then you somehow make it to the top. It's very rare. Actually, what happens is that we keep them, as somebody said before, this idea of a long-term athlete development, of gradually working within the system. So motivational climate, I think, is really important. You know, creating an environment about why are we doing this? And that's primarily communicated by the behavior of the coach or the teacher. Teachers who say things like, we are doing this to become better people. Children don't listen to the words of teachers like that. Yeah. They look at the actions of teachers. And if the teachers, for example, celebrate effort, hard work, personal growth, kids think that's what this is for. If teachers only reward the winners, whatever she says, winning is the reward. So I think that's part of it. I think another part of it are values. What is most important about sport? And I think we need, particularly in your job, sir, about educating future teachers about the values of sport. When we look at the limited research, we find they're told it's about health. Oh, okay, that's fine. Clearly, that's a part of it. But I don't know about you. How many young people play sport for health? I would suggest it's either none of them or very small, because of course young people are immortal. They, in their head, they never die. It's only when you reach my age that we wake up and think, oh, what have I done? Why did I go for a run? All these things. So health is a value in the background. But I think physical education and sport, the values of sport are something to do with personal excellence, in my opinion. If you look at government documents, for example, the Malaysian government or the UK government, they essentially think of sport as either competitive elite sport and health and well-being, you know. So the Olympics, the World Cups, or not dying, or dying a bit slower. I think, and I'm going to invent a number here, 90% of people, that is not true for either of those. 90% of people play sport for the pleasure of playing sport, for the pleasure of company, and for the satisfaction of getting a little bit better at that sport. Okay. I think, therefore, we need to communicate that if you're playing sport or if you're in a physical education class, the sheer joy of moving and moving better is what we're here about. Elite success is almost like a side benefit. It might be a side effect. Health is a very nice side effect, but playing for the love of it with your friends is what we're about. And I think that's what positive pedagogy ultimately is about. It's about creating an environment built on the positive love of this, of the feeling of moving, of the satisfaction of doing something you couldn't do yesterday, but you can do it today. And that's nothing directly to do with health or elite performance. So that's what I think. That's kind of a very wandering question answer, but yeah.
So it means that, do you believe in education of sport or kind of that? Do you believe?
Yeah, I think kind of, you know, the European, what's it called? The UK Physical Education Association, AFPE, Association for PE, says it's not education if there's no physical education. And following what I said, you know, my image of humans, which I think is based on evidence of a whole creature of mind and body and spirit, how can there be an education that doesn't educate the body and the spirit, for that matter? Okay. We've got Western education is primarily about educating the mind. That is not what it is to be a human being. That's part. The body and the spirit, you know, and sport educates the body and the spirit if it's done well.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Richard Bailey. Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bambang and Dr. Bailey. Sorry, I can hear some noise. Can you hear that? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask to the committee because actually we are running out of time. But as for the commitment, we already took 3 more questions coming from the audiences. So probably I'm going to ask to the committee, is it okay if we extend the time for another 10 to 15 minutes? So Anira, could you please give us some confirmation? So it's okay.
Okay, Dr. Rika, I think that's up to Dr. Richard for that.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so for that,
okay.
I quite like talking.
Okay,
Okay.
that's great. Yeah, please
Okay,
continue,
so
Mas Rita.
because that's clear, so okay, I'm going to invite Ms. Rizky Nurulfa to pose the question, and after this, Dr. Hamid will be your turn. Okay.
Okay.
So
Thank
Rizky,
you, moderator. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear
yes,
you.
sure.
Right. Thank you. Hi, Dr. Richard. Talking about the basic movement, you mentioned it before about the fundamental movement. As we know that sport have developed or start from the early age, right? So, in your opinion, how about how's the club or sport club should adapt this in presenting the basic movement, or they only direct through the basic technique only like that? That's the first question. And the second question is, in your curriculum, you mentioned it about sport education or skill education, because in my country there is the different determine or different approach in sport education or skill education. That's all. Thank you.
Well, the last one, I mean, because most of my research is not based in a particular country, it's kind of comparative. The language is really a problem because some countries call it physical education, some call it sport. Germany, sport, clearly. In the UK, it's physical education, and sport is a different thing. But then you look at the physical education curriculum, and half of it's sport. So it's all really. So when I've learned to use those words vaguely. I call it artfully vague. So it depends on the country. So in your case, if there's a physical education and sport education curriculum, the key question is, what does it look like? So the way I tend to define things is physical education is supervised physical activity during the school day, and then sport is everything else. But in some countries that doesn't work, like Japan, that doesn't work very well. So yeah, I think I don't really have an answer to that, because I think it's, you've set a problem to which there is no solution, apart from just being open about our words. Curriculum, timed programs like sports clubs are interesting. I did a study, was funded by the English Premier League, and which, as you may know, is extremely wealthy, and the outcome of it, well, I can't even still believe it, was £1 billion. So, for example, that's 5 billion Malaysian ringgit was invested as a result of this project. And I'm really pleased they didn't tell me how much money there was, because I think I would have just, had some sort of nervous breakdown. But one of the things I suggested based on the research was at 10 years of age, children begin to get a sense of their future. So if you say to a child below 10, what do you want to do when you grow up? They say things like be an astronaut, be a princess. Blah, blah. So that's not a real plan. But if after 10, 12, 13, they say, I want to be an astronaut, then you probably need to sit them down and say, that's probably not going to happen. So why is that significant? Well, it's significant because I can't find any studies before the age of 10 in which children are able to predict their future in that way. So any sports system premised on talent identification before the age of 10 has made a serious ethical and practical mistake. Now, in my country of origin, the UK, there are professional football teams identifying talent as young as 2 or 3 years of age. In the newspapers yesterday, a 5-year-old was thrown out of a football club because he was not good enough. Few points. One, it is impossible to identify talent in prepubescent children. It is impossible. And it is definitely impossible in 5-year-olds. The difference between 5-year-olds is a combination of physical development, if they're early developers, when they're born, their birthday, are they relatively old or relatively young, and how much time their parents played with them. None of those to do with talent. So it's ridiculous, it's dangerous, and children that focus on one sport from an early age are significantly more likely to drop out of sport. So rule 1, I would say, is no talent development before the ages of 10. Rule 2 would be no serious competition before the age of 10. Playing fun games and competitions is fine, it's great, it's good fun. But the moment you go into serious competition, then you start to get the effects of this talent development thing. Yeah, I mean, if you look at modern research into motor development, essentially from 3 to 7 is the fundamental movement phase. At 7 years of age, there's a kind of a small growth spurt. So we use that generally as the end point. So it's 3 to 7, running, jumping, twisting, turning, stopping, starting, stretching, all these types of things. From about 7 or 8 until puberty are what I would call specialized. That's just combinations of fundamental movement skills. So jumping and catching, running and throwing, kicking and things like this. And then only after puberty, so for girls, that's 9 to 11, boys, 11 to, well, obviously boys never come out of puberty, but let's say 14. Then, well, it's not 14, is it? Boys would be about 17. Then they can start to specialize in particular sports. And countries like Canada that have delayed specialization have found improved performance. So it's not just like good for the kids, it's good for the sports teams as well. So I would say, yeah, you know, we should base our provision on what we know about movement development, not kind of think we know better, just start teaching 2-year-olds to play football, because that can only end in disaster. How's that?
Yeah, maybe parents, yeah, they want their kids expert in one sport, so they involve their kids in like soccer. Yeah, from the beginning, the kids learn about the soccer until maybe they think the kids will be pro soon, but actually not like that, yes, sir.
No, you're right. And that's where governments have to come in my opinion. Australia has been very good at putting government announcements on television, like, have you done your hours physical activity today? As an advertisement in the middle of films and things. Have you done something like, have you done 3 different activities today? Any government could do that. And immediately the effect would be quite important. The problem is there are, you know, we all think, I'll tell you an example. Somebody said to me, a Japanese professor said to me, which of your ideas has most effective policy in the UK when I was professor there? And I laughed and laughed and laughed because none of my ideas have effective policy in the UK. None at all. Because policies are not based upon scientists. They're based on politicians and newspapers and things like this. What we have to do, to follow the conversation earlier on, is be a bit difficult, a bit contradictory, and insisting that this is the case. You know, like water follows the path through rocks. It follows the path of least resistance. We have to become more resistant. We have to become more assertive, and then it will accommodate us. With the Nike project, you know, Designed to Move, no government refused to speak to us, every single one, because we insisted, and we insisted again. And we got Nike and Adidas and any number of other groups to come with us. This is what you have to do. This is what we have to do in Malaysia. And then, you know, politicians are busy and lazy people, aren't they? So then eventually they just give in my experience anyway. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Oh. Okay, sorry for Miss Sheila. You raised up your hand, but probably we are going to be running out of time. So probably I'm going to invite Dr. Hamid as the last question. And Miss Sheila, you can type your question in the chat box, and hopefully there's still time for Dr. Bailey to answer the question. Okay, so Dr. Hamid, your time.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Are you okay?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
May I introduce myself? My name, Dr. Hamid from Iraq.
Nice to meet
you. You hear me? From Iraq, Qadisiyah University.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, sir. How are you?
I'm very hot.
Yes. Sir, I have two questions. How physical activity can cross boundaries and develop story types and inspire hope across in Indonesia?
Say that again, please.
Second, sir, how physical activity can cross boundaries and develop story types and inspire hope across in Indonesia? This first question. Second question, is sport can help promote fairness, team building, equality, inclusion, and perseverance in Indonesia? Thank you so much. I am waiting your kind answer.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I live in Indonesia's neighbor, Malaysia, but I think that sport and physical activity can bring about significant social change if we plan for that. If we just think more sport, more coaches, more clubs, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But if, for example, we include principles of inclusion and equality and social justice as part of our core idea of what it is to be playing sport, then yes, I think it spreads. I think what we need to do is we need to come up with an idea that is, in evolutionary terms, has merit, and merit means people pass it on. So we have to come up with an idea of sport that is genuinely attractive. Part of the problem we have is that research shows that people are put off sport through physical education in many cases. So I think the first thing to do is address the issue in physical education. Why are so many people turned off sport by physical education? The evidence that's available, which is not very much, but the evidence available says too much competition, too much dominated by boys, and not enough opportunity to find things you love. Well, if physical activity is important for life, we need to give young people something to fall in love with. And if we just give them, in England, for example, football, rugby and cricket in some schools, football, rugby and cricket, well, that's fine. I loved football, rugby and cricket. I was lucky. Most of my peers did not like them. So obviously they've been lost. What happens if we give them a much greater variety of activities, some in depth, some more superficial? What about getting golf into schools, martial arts into schools? What about dance? Everyone should know how to dance. Everyone. I've reached this stage and I've just realized what a fool I've been not studying dance when I was young, because it changes everything. If we can address that in physical education, and if we can come up with a concept of sport and physical activity that is thrilling and exciting, I'm completely with you, sir. I think it could transform Indonesian society, transform Malaysian society, and transform Iraq. But I would say one remit, or one thing in brackets, to repeat from earlier on, there is only one mechanism we know that is associated with social revolution, only one, and that is the empowerment of women. So unless we engage our sisters, and unless we empower them and give them positions of authority, it probably won't work. So that at the moment is going to be a big ask, because very, very liberal societies like the UK and Germany do not empower women very well. So, you know, if that's the case, then more traditional societies are probably going to be a bit more difficult. But that is the only thing we know from research from the United Nations around the world. The #1 mechanism for revolutionizing a culture is the empowerment of women. So that's why I did an interview recently on the TV, and they said, if you had £1 billion again to invest in sport, what would you do? And I said, women, put it all in women. all in young women, actually, because they're even more powerful. Because then I'd benefit because my society would become more active. So I'm only being selfish. Thank you. Yeah, what was the other question? It was...
You are still muted, Dr. Hamid. Sorry, you are still unmuted. We cannot hear your voice.
You need to put your mute thing off.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
I can speak or no?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. Yes, please, please.
I can speak. How sport can cross boundaries and defeat stereotypes, inspire hope cross in Indonesia. You know, in Indonesia, Islamic country. Okay, how can physical activity can cross boundaries?
That's a great question. I mean, I live in an Islamic country as well, of course. Malaysia is an Islamic country as well. Yeah, one of the things I love, I have to be honest, I live across the street from the temple, and I've fallen in love with the call to prayer. It really does. But yeah, I mean, the thing about sport is it is, the term in Latin is lingua franca, a universal language. It's the language of the body. Iraq can play Germany, can play France, can play England. England can play Germany at football and win, first time in 40 years. It's a universal language. So I think that's how we do it. We have to go across borders. In the modern world, Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of United Nations, said, whether we like it or not, we live in a global village. We have to come to terms with this. Now, I think Indonesia, Malaysia, Iraq, these Islamic countries, that's the first step to crossing borders, working together, sharing ideas. But I also think, if you go, for example, the UK, there are vast numbers of Muslims in the UK. As a whole, has become much more sensitive and aware of that aspect. So the idea of collaborating with Muslims, yeah, of course, we do it every day. So I think, yeah, go on.
Sir, I speak about boundaries, because boundaries to limited physical activity.
Yeah.
Boundaries.
You mean national boundaries then?
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, I said earlier on, that one of the ways of massively increasing physical activity is through
because don't allow to make some exercise, some physical activity with dance in this whole country. Okay. Yeah.
No, I understand. Sorry. I understand. My colleague spent 3 years in Oman studying women's physical activity, and she found out that there was a lot of physical activity among the women there, but it was hidden under the surface. But also, we should understand, if you look at global measures, sports participation has increased during COVID. Physical activity has gone down, right? And this is true in Asia as well. Sports participation has increased and women's participation has increased. It just has not increased very much. So for me, that means we just need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And we need to, for example, women are at highest risk of heart disease. Older women in almost every country in Asia are the least active. Heart disease costs every Asian country millions of dollars. So maybe that's one way of approaching it. Say, okay, forget physical activity for its own right, this is costing us money. Older women have a shorter life expectancy because of the fact they're inactive. In the West, it's things like immigrants. They've got the least physical activity. I'm paying that out of my tax. So when I talk to government ministers, I don't say joy of movement. I say my taxes, sort these people out, help them get active. And if it's women, they're saying in almost every country, every country in the world, apart from Finland, we know why, very egalitarian, women are between 20 and 50% less active than men. So if that's the boundary we have to cross, we have to find mechanisms for forcing across the boundary, because we know that societies are generally quite traditional and conservative, but we have to give them a different reason. And I think money, this is what Karl Marx said, if you want to bring about political change, first of all, address the money. Tell people how much it costs not to change. But it's a great question.
Okay. Okay, that's actually a very wonderful discussion that we have, Dr. Bailey. Dr. Hamid, thank you so much for the question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Terima
you're very
kasih.
welcome.
Terima
Ya, terima
kasih.
kasih banyak. Dr. Bailey, we still have one question left in the chat box. If you don't mind, you can take a look at that, coming from Sheila. And ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the healthy break session. As we are 20 minutes late from the schedule, then we will have only 5 minutes break. This is coming from the committee instead of 20 as we've planned. So kindly use your time to move a bit around and stretch yourself, or even probably you might need to go to the restroom. We'll be back in 5 minutes for another session of keynote speaker, last but not least. So looking forward for that, because actually Dr. Ian Lindsay is already been here since a few moments ago. Okay, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Inilah Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia yang ketika didirikan pada tanggal 20 Oktober 1954 bernama PTPG, Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. Lalu terintegrasi menjadi bagian dari UNPAD, kemudian bermetamorfosis menjadi IKIP Bandung dan akhirnya menjadi UPI saat ini. Gedung Bumi Siliwangi yang dahulu disebut sebagai Villa Isola menjadi gedung utama sekaligus sebagai ikon lembaga yang bergaya arsitektur Art Deco dan sampai saat ini merupakan salah satu bangunan cagar budaya yang dilindungi eksistensinya. UPI yang memiliki visi Leading and Outstanding University melalui berbagai keunggulannya menjadi pelopor dalam bidang pendidikan menuju World Class University. Dengan moto kampus ilmiah, edukatif, dan religius, UPI senantiasa berupaya menyeimbangkan ketiga ranah tersebut secara proporsional dan saling melengkapi. Saat ini, UPI menyelenggarakan pendidikan pada 8 fakultas, yaitu Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial, Fakultas Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra, Fakultas Pendidikan Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Pendidikan Teknologi dan Kejuruan, Fakultas Pendidikan Olahraga dan Kesehatan, Fakultas Pendidikan Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Pendidikan Seni dan Desain, serta 1 sekolah pasca sarjana. Dalam kegiatan akademiknya, selain mengelola program studi kependidikan, UPI juga menyelenggarakan program studi non-kependidikan. Dengan menerapkan prinsip cross-fertilization, penyerbukan silang antara program studi kependidikan dan program studi non-kependidikan yang bertujuan untuk saling melengkapi dan menguatkan di antara keduanya. Di samping menyelenggarakan pendidikan pada 8 fakultas dan 1 sekolah pasca sarjana di kampus Bumi Siliwangi, UPI pun menyelenggarakan pendidikan di 6 kampus UPI di daerah yang tersebar pada sejumlah lokasi. UPI Kampus Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Kampus Cibiru, UPI Kampus Tasikmalaya, UPI Kampus Purwakarta, UPI Kampus Sumedang, dan UPI Kampus Serang. Lulusan UPI saat ini tersebar tidak hanya di dalam negeri, tetapi juga di berbagai belahan dunia. Dalam pembinaan kegiatan kemahasiswaan, UPI mengoptimalkan pemberdayaan UKM, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, dan pelibatan mahasiswa dalam berbagai kegiatan yang berkaitan dengan bakat, minat, dan penalaran mahasiswa. Sehingga tidaklah mengherankan sejumlah penghargaan diraih oleh mahasiswa UPI, baik pada level nasional maupun pada level internasional. Sebagai pusat pengembangan ilmu dan praktik kependidikan, UPI pun mempunyai lab school atau sekolah laboratorium, mulai dari pendidikan anak usia dini hingga jenjang sekolah menengah atas, baik di kampus utama maupun di kampus daerah. Sebagai wujud dukungan terhadap upaya pelestarian peninggalan sejarah pendidikan, serta dalam rangka menatap pendidikan masa depan yang lebih cemerlang, UPI mendirikan Museum Pendidikan Nasional yang diharapkan dapat menjadi sumber belajar, riset, dan rekreasi edukatif bagi masyarakat, khususnya para pelajar dan mahasiswa. Dari bumi Siliwangi nan asri, terus lahir karya-karya bernas dan mumpuni demi bakti untuk seantero negeri.
Selamat datang di Kampus Ilmiah, Edukatif, dan Religius Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Okay, now welcome to the third session, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Dr. Bailey has already answered the question coming from Ms. Sheila. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our third speaker, Dr. Ian Lindsay from Durham University, who will be talking more on policies for sport for development and peace, global context, and national approaches. But before that, please allow me to read the curriculum vitae of him. Dr. Ian Lindsay is Associate Professor in Sport Policy and Development, Durham University. His expertise and interests lie in sport policy and development, especially in youth sport and the use of sport for development purposes in Africa. He is currently a lecturer in sport in the School of Applied Social Sciences, Durham University. His areas of research has primarily examined sport policy and development, especially youth sports policy in the UK, and the use of sport for development in Africa. This research has undertaken both at global and national level, as well as in a variety of local and community contexts. Ian's research is underpinned by theories and methodologies from the fields of political science and international development. In doing so, particular issues that are of interest to Ian are governance and partnership working, evidence-based policy, and sustainability development. Dr. Lindsay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, so you are in UK right now?
Yes, I am. Yes, and I'll
Okay.
show a map to everybody where I am in.
Okay.
Very
So
shortly.
so it should be good morning then.
Yes, it is. It's just after 10 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay,
Good afternoon, good evening to you and everyone.
Yeah, so thank you so much for being with us since early in the morning, because I saw you since the first session. So thank you for being with us. Dr. Ian, the time is yours. You will have 40 minutes for presenting and then another 20 minutes for question and answer. Please.
Perfect, thank you. I'll just share my screen and can I confirm that you can see my screen? Okay, thank you.
This one is clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the welcome and invitation. It's absolutely fantastic to be here speaking with you all and through the wonders of technology, being able to speak with you all in Indonesia and elsewhere. As you've introduced kindly, I'm going to be speaking today about policies for sport for development and peace. I hope some of what I'm going to say connects with what you've heard in other keynotes and other speakers earlier today. And I'm going to try within the presentation to as I'll speak to, draw on some of my research, and both in research terms and in policy and practical terms, try to kind of connect some of the policy agendas that are prevalent at a global level with how we might develop approaches and policies within individual countries at a national level. But to give some background as to where I'm sitting, I guess, this morning, I am employed by Durham University. Durham is a relatively small city in the northeast of England, just south of Newcastle. It is, we've got a picture of the city centre almost here. It's a small city, but has a World Heritage Site right in the middle of the city, where there's a cathedral and castle. And I have the very great privilege of being able to, in normal times, walk past there on my walk to work every day. This is, and the university is very centrally within the town. It is the age of the cathedral and castle is also replicated in the university, which is one of the eldest in the UK as well. It is a university that in the UK is renowned for sport and competitive sport. We have a number of athletes competing at international level, and we do at the university as well in university competitions for sport within the UK. We've had, on the academic side, we've had academics interested in sport and working in sport at the university for many, many years. But relatively recently, the university has actually invested in forming in 2008 a department of sport and exercise sciences, which I'm now a part of, and hopefully growing the academic side of sport within the university as well. I thought I would say a few words of background as well to introduce myself and my work in the field of sport for development and peace. Particularly the line here, the wavy line here is meant to signify that it has been a wavy journey, if you like, a kind of a journey that has taken different paths, and not all of them intended. But to give some kind of indications of key things in that journey, I would say is, I had my first engagement with sport for development really when I had the opportunity to travel to Zambia in 2006, and I've continued to be involved in various research projects in Zambia, and you can maybe just, if you make out my pointer, just make out myself in that picture. I've also had, between 2011 2015, we had a partnership research project with universities in Ghana and Tanzania called Sustainable Development in African Sport, and that was before, I guess, the Sustainable Development Goals, so we were lucky or prescient with the title we chose for that. And I guess a lot of the work I've done in the sport for development field has been primarily based in sub-Saharan Africa, and very much orientated towards understanding local perspectives, local contexts, and local situations in around sport for development. And that was the ethos behind the kind of book that myself and colleagues Tess Kay, Ruth Jeans, Davies Banda finally published in 2017, based on almost 10 years of work in Zambia. And that book, if you can find it, is available open access online, so anybody can go and have a look on the website. Beyond the fieldwork side, I think that over later years, I've been involved quite significantly in different environments, if you like. Again, a very different, and working particularly with the Commonwealth Secretariat, who represent kind of member governments of the Commonwealth and work with them. And so a very different environment. You just pick out myself here than maybe the environment in Zambia back in 2006. But I was lucky enough with the Commonwealth Secretariat to be chosen to co-author their policy guidance for their member governments on enhancing the contribution of sport to the Sustainable Development Goals. This document you can see in red here, and have continued to do some other kind of work with the Commonwealth Secretariat since. So a journey that's taken in kind of various kind of elements, and equally as you kindly introduced, by academic discipline, I would call myself a political scientist. So my interests are and underpinning is around political processes and policy. And I'm going to try and bring that into the focus and the structure of the presentation today. It's going to go in three parts, which I'll try and explain. We'll look at the Sustainable Development Goals in particular and think about sport's relationship with the Sustainable Development Goals and the extent to which kind of global policy there is or could be global policy alignment between sport and the Sustainable Development Goals. We'll then move on to kind of thinking more in a national country context and looking at, well, how do we actually implement policies towards sport and development and peace? What have national governments done? And again, we'll reflect some of the points made by Dr. Bailey earlier. What policies might be in place at national levels, and how does that relate to what has been termed the Sport for Development and Peace movement? And then finally, I'll be a more conceptual part and a more part orientated to kind of trying to consider what we could do to enhance the links between the contribution of sport to sustainable development through kind of new approaches of working, and especially new approaches of trying to engage and involve governments becoming involved. And I'll come back to this again, but each of these parts is broadly linked to a journal article, or 3 journal articles across the 3 parts that have been published recently that I'll again provide people with links with at the end and speak through. So to continue into the first part then, looking at sport and the Sustainable Development Goals and where global policy alignment might be. I would imagine and trust that you are all aware of, and probably many of you are very familiar with, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that were announced at the back end of 2015. Perhaps slightly less well known is the accompanying kind of document that was the United Nations that adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which expressed, not only ratified the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also has longer text around it explaining and considering aspects of those goals. And while sport, obviously, as many of you will know, isn't a Sustainable Development Goal itself, isn't included in specific targets for the Sustainable Development Goals, there was a paragraph in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that recognised sport as an important enabler of sustainable development and gives recognition to the growing contribution of sport to the realisation of development and peace. And that was important. I think by all understanding, that paragraph emerged quite late in the process to be inserted into the 2030 Agenda. And it was important because this was the first time really in any overarching global development plan adopted by the United Nations that sport had that prominence of place in terms of a paragraph like this. So it provides a window, as I'll speak about later, for sport, but it also encourages sport to think about how it can align with the Sustainable Development Sustainable Development Goals. How can it make the most maximize its potential contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals and the targets that sit beneath it? And I think it's important to recognize that while the 17 goals are the headline, there are 169 targets that sit underneath the 17 goals that specify those in more detail. And I think that's at the level of thinking that those who are engaged in sport and thinking and working towards sport and the Sustainable Development Goals, important to consider the kind of the links with those targets. And I think one really important aspect for sport around the Sustainable Development Goals and those targets is that they're intended to be interlinked and integrated. They're not standalone 17 goals. And this is where they differ significantly from the Millennium Development Goals that we had previously. There's strong recognition that these are interwoven goals, interwoven targets, and that we need to kind of think about the relationships between the targets and how we can work collectively across them. So that leads to the question about how sport and sport policy can be aligned with different sustainable development goals and targets. And to introduce three things here, the Commonwealth policy guidance for their member governments that I spoke about earlier, the Kazan Action Plan, which in 2017 was adopted through UNESCO, forum of the ministers for physical education and sport from all of the member governments. It's a action plan for implementing sport and physical activity policy across the world. And the similarities across those two documents, and fortuitously perhaps the article that I'm going to speak a little bit more about here, but that I wrote with my colleague Paul Darby from Ulster, around where's the kind of coherence and policy coherence between sport and the Sustainable Development Goals. Across these documents, there's similarities in a couple of areas. That in terms of the particular Sustainable Development Goals and Sustainable Development targets that are analysed and prioritised, there's a recognition that sport, there's amongst the Sustainable Development Goals, there's some that sport are more aligned with, and some that sport probably can't make a significant contribution to. And so these documents start to identify particular Sustainable Development Goals and targets, often or most high profile, those ones about education, gender and health, that sport can make a significant contribution to. And equally, these documents all make kind of similar distinctions between three broad ways in which sport might align with clusters of sustainable development goals and targets. And that's what I'm going to speak through next. So one way and one category of alignment might be around what we're contributing through what I would term existing sport for development peace approaches. So this is approaches that we see in the sport for development and peace movement, where sport is just used as a tool to try and achieve development outcomes. It's the development outcomes that are the primary concern, but sport is a medium to try and a tool and a social facet that we can try and intentionally use to try and achieve those development outcomes. So there's particular, as I'll speak about later, clusters of organizations using sport and adapting sport as well in some of the ways that Richard spoke about earlier to try and achieve particular development outcomes. And much of those, if we're thinking about the relationships here and the interrelated relationships with Sustainable Development Goal targets here, many of these programs are around, can be linked in their approach to target 4.7 under quality education, where it's about trying to help participants in these programs gain knowledge and skills. And the terminology here is of knowledge and skills to promote sustainable development. So that then, with that knowledge and skills, other outcomes might occur, or we try to work towards other outcomes. And so just to give two examples here, with that knowledge and skills, it might be, for example, under health, there's a target there about prevention and treatment of substance abuse. So sports programs working with people who have maybe problems with substance abuse, trying to help them develop skills to counter those problems. Or linking with a SDG 8 and target 8.6 about reducing the proportion of youth not in employment, education or training. So sport and the sport for development programs, giving young people skills, employability skills, or helping them develop employability skills to reduce unemployment, for example. So there's the kind of links here. And again, these are, I would say, perhaps the kind of arguments that people within sport who are advocating for sport might kind of make for those people who are policymakers interested in the sustainable development goals. Well, we can work towards within sport towards target 4.7, and then that might contribute, and we can work through that to other targets as well. The second cluster or kind of category that we can identify in these policy documents is around promoting widespread participation in sport as a form of physical activity. Very much kind of linked with what Dr. Bailey was saying in the last presentation. And when we increase people's participation, there is that evidence there to strongly indicate that that makes contributions to health in terms of increased physical activity, addressing target 3.4 in terms of reducing non-communicable diseases. There's problems with obesity, diabetes, some forms of cancer, just to indicate a few of the health benefits of participating in sport when it increases physical activity. Now here, the relationships might be different between different SDG targets. And again, that has implications for how we might advocate advocate sport and physical activity with those policymakers who are interested in the development goals. And again, there's links with what Dr. Bailey said here. So we might say, for example, if we then look at target 4.1, free, equitable, which is about free, equitable, quality primary and secondary education leading to relevant and effective learning outcomes. Well, we say, as you've heard already, we use that to make the case that we need high quality physical education and high quality physical education in schools to help students gain those skills that enable them to continue to participate in physical activity and sport as they go through. So this might be a kind of target. We say we need this in place to be able to maximize physical activity in sports contribution to the health targets. Similarly, if we look at another example within the SDG for sustainable cities and communities, universal access to safe, inclusive, accessible, green and public spaces. These are the spaces in which people can take part in sport and physical activity. So again, we can say our arguments can be, well, we need people to address this goal, this target, in order to help maximize sports contribution to sustainable development and peace. A third category of sustainable development goals and links between sport and sustainable development goals is a little bit different. And this is where we can recognize problems, or I would argue that we need to recognize problems in sport, as we've also heard about. And if we're wanting to ensure that sport makes a meaningful contribution to sustainable development goals, we need to mitigate, we need to kind of reduce, and we need to counter those detrimental aspects of sport. Detrimental aspects of sport. So again, here, and I've put this at the top, just as you've heard before, target 5.1, end all forms of discrimination against women and girls everywhere. Now we know there is discrimination against women and girls within sport. We know, and that obviously varies across different contexts, but as a generalization, that does occur. We know that there's inequalities in the levels of participation amongst women and girls in many countries. And so if sport is not going to detract from this outcome, we need to change sport itself to make it more open and accessible and end that discrimination. Other ones, the couple in SDG 16, target 6.2, ending abuse, exploitation, trafficking and all forms of violence and torture against children. Well, we know there are in various kind of places problems with abuse and of children within sporting settings. And so if that is we cannot allow that to continue while we're claiming sport can make a meaningful contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. So another one where sport, we need to change what sport is to avoid it, to make it better, to avoid sport actually taking away from the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, and we can think about this at different levels of sport as well. We see corruption and bribery within sporting context at the elite level, particularly. If that's allowed to continue, or if it does continue to the extent it does, then sport is taking away from the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to reform sport and work with others outside sport to ensure that these things are substantially reduced within sport. A final example here, just to reiterate the point, protecting labour rights and safe and secure working environments for all workers, including migrant workers. We see problems, for example, with kind of the hosts of our mega sporting events and the ways in which workers have been treated and their health and even lives affected in some cases through working on mega events. We see problems with trafficking of players, often from kind of countries in the global south to countries in the global north. And so again, we need to try and work to address those problems within sport, or else sport is actually, again, there are those negative aspects of sport that take away from contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's, I guess, a picture of, and maybe, you know, it's represented in some of those global sport policy documents, but it is at something of a kind of hypothetical, conceptual kind of level about how sport might address. It gives us some kind of thing, hopefully some things to think about. It gives us some arguments that we want to make about how we can try and promote policy change. But I'm going to go on now into the second part about how we, you know, what the kind of context is. And this is based on research that I undertook primarily with Dr. Bello Batugu from the University of Ghana, looking at in particular countries how policies for sport, governmental engagement with sport for development and peace, and equally the kind of organisations involved in sport for development and peace. And again, we looked across a number of sub-Saharan African countries. But to paint a general picture, we've had lots of other kind of documents in the sport for development and peace environment over time. They kind of speak to the kind of nature of the movement, as it's called, or the nature of the sport for development sector. And in as far back as 2008, when the International Working Group for Sport for Development and Peace were producing documents like the one I'm showing on the screen here, recognizing non-governmental organizations, charitable organizations, were the first to recognize sports development and peace potential and have been at forefront of the sport for development and peace movement since its inception. And I would argue that that's largely still the case. But even back then, 2008, well over a decade ago now, calling for national governments to be more involved, wanting appropriate national government policies, investment capacity to support programs and scale these programs up on a nationwide basis. And that's an issue that I will come back to. So I think, again, Dr. Bailey mentioned a few aspects. I'll point to some analysis that myself and Dr. Batugu did of government's engagement with ideas about sports contribution to development and development outcomes. We did this before the Sustainable Development Goals. I think some things have changed since we spoke to. But at the time we did this research, we wanted to look at the extent to which governments were engaging in their policy making with ideas about sport, potentially contributing to development. And one way in which we did this was looked at the national poverty reduction strategy papers of 33 sub-Saharan government countries over time. And they poverty reduction strategy papers were connected to the World Bank system, and national governments were required to produce these as overall national development plans for their countries. And we looked at them to see the extent to which these countries' national development policies essentially were featuring sport. And so this is the kind of document of the number of countries whose poverty reduction strategy papers over time had passages about sport within them. So we looked up to between the first one published in 2003 to 2014. And in 2003, there was only one country who had that national development policy strategy paper with only one had a passage about sport in it. By 2014, we can see the kind of growing number of countries with passages about sport in their poverty reduction papers, until by 2014, when we looked up to 31 of the 33 countries producing these strategy papers had a passage of sport about sport in that document. So an increasing engagement with sport at that kind of national government level and thinking about development. On the surface, good news, certainly engaging with ideas about sport, but when we read through some of the passages in those documents, I think we see some issues. You know, those passages about sport, only 12 or less than half of them really made a link between what they wanted to achieve in sport and how that contributed to actual development outcomes. It was more, these documents were more about improving sport for sport's sake. Only 4 of those documents that had passages about sport really had specific implementation plans for how to use sport to achieve development outcomes. The majority of them were more around sports development. How do we improve performance in sport? How do we improve some infrastructure for sport performance and participation, rather than an in-depth thinking around the intentional use of sport to contribute to development and peace outcomes. And this chimes with really in-depth research done by colleagues from South Africa, Mariam Kaim and Christo de Koning, who reviewed, collated a book of sport policy across sub-Saharan African countries. And one of their conclusions was that the necessary political commitment and leadership was not in place. So very little impetus exists to drive sport for development and peace policy as a pillar for development. So there's some ideas maybe kind of emerging amongst national governing bodies that we've got to start thinking about sport, but that's where it's perhaps stopped at that point, rather than kind of actually significant impetus towards implementation. And in our paper with Dr. Batuga, we try to explain this, explain it in terms of concepts of policy diffusion, how policies spread between countries over time, and how ideas about sport for development might spread in policies over time. And some of our arguments here were along the lines that a diversity of approaches to sport for development. There's lots of development goals that sport programs try to achieve, and lots of different approaches that it might do, as I've kind of hinted at before. But that's suitable, and NGOs can very well, and small charities can very well adapt to that. They can be flexible, they can be agile, they can use sport in different ways. That's harder to implement at a government level if you're a policy maker. Do we connect with the Department of Health, or Department of Education, or Department or Ministry for Social Affairs, or where do we connect our policy across government? Harder, given that kind of diversity of approaches. And, there's issues about internal and external relations. Governments, especially in the global south, have limited resources that they want to allocate to sport and physical education for that matter as well. And equally, if they allocate money for sport, there's competing priorities. There are the high performance sport. And again, ministers kind of engaged often and committed to funding high performance sport rather than the kind of sport and physical activity that might be best placed to contribute to development outcomes. And donors, international donors in the sport for development field, more orientated to funding non-governmental organizations. Possibilities of policy learning and advocacy. And again, this is challenging, I think, for convincing governments to take sport for development and peace seriously. Again, we've heard very much in the last speaker about the evidence for sport's potential contribution. For one matter, you know, the extent to which governments listen to academic research can at best perhaps be variable. And a lot of the evidence that we see emerging from sport for development and peace particularly is about individual projects and the efficacy of individual projects in particular contexts. And that level of evidence is very hard to translate into recommendations for policy and actually what can be enacted through policy. And I can speak more about that if need be. And equally, the NGOs that we see in the sport for development field are very much delivery focused NGOs. They don't necessarily have the skills or capacity to or the wherewithal and understand knowledge perhaps and skills for kind of trying to influence policymakers. They're very much concerned often with their own survival and keeping their programs going, which is a very important aim in itself. But we haven't necessarily in the field of sport for development and peace been particularly good at advocating, thinking about the kinds of messages and kinds of ways in which we might try to convince policymakers to support the work that goes on. So that means, I guess, essentially that sport for development has, and things are changing to some extent. If I go back to this, just go back, sorry, to the evidence point, I very much agree with Dr. Bailey's point about the PISA league tables. If you get physical activity or physical education in those, policymakers that's the kind of evidence that's convincing of policymakers. And the Commonwealth is doing work around creating a global set of indicators around sports contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. And that's the kind of evidence collation that can be influential with policymakers. But otherwise, we still see the kind of non-governmental side and civil society side of the SDP movement continuing. And I draw here on Richard Giulianotti's, some of his kind of categorization of the kinds of organizations that we see predominant. So we have individual non-governmental organizations working in particular countries of different sizes and organizations. We have international non-governmental organizations with different degrees of power and influence. Sporting organizations themselves interested and implicated to varying extents in thinking about or wanting or varying degrees of commitment to sport for development and peace. We have transnational organizations. We've heard quite a lot about Nike and others kind of investing money in this field. But the danger is if we kind of stick just with this kind of movement rather than trying to kind of encourage more governmental organization, we continue some problems that we see in this field of sport for development and peace, that it's fragmented, it's uncoordinated, and quite often organizations are competitive against each other for the limited funds that are available. And it presents problems for scaling up, for kind of spreading what is done in sport for development peace to a greater population level. And instead is often, when we have the kind of movement itself, unevenness of provision in different geographical areas, some provisions centered in particular areas or focused on particular groups, and others not benefiting from that kind of provision. So there are problems that I think we need to think seriously about national policymakers and government involvement to try and address some of these. Which is where I'll go briefly in the final part of my talk. I know I've probably spoken a little bit over, I might speak a little bit over time. But here, drawing on the third paper I did with a couple of colleagues, Tony Chapman and Oliver Dudfield from the Commonwealth Secretariat themselves, tried to kind of think about a collective approach to developing and implementing policy for sport and the Sustainable Development Goals. Because we see commonly the language of partnerships. I'm sure we've all in this call have heard people referring to the importance of partnerships, and the importance of partnerships is included in SDG 17 and specific targets for partnership, encouraging partnerships across public, private, civil society partnerships to try and work towards implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this quote is resonant of the similar range of organizations involved in sport and development as well. But I have concerns about the language of partnerships, because it's a very kind of vague language. It can encompass a lot of things, can become termed partnership. And if we just call everything partnership, we're perhaps not really thinking through specifically enough what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. And I would say the same is in some academic literature as well. We need kind of greater thinking about what we're meaning when we're looking at and trying to advocate partnerships. And so what myself and colleagues did, we looked at the development studies literature, and the development studies literature has a lot of literature over time about how the government and the government agencies work with civil society and non-governmental organizations, and the potential kind of relationships, and differentiating the potential relationships that might exist. And so we kind of drew on all that development studies literature and came up with this this kind of diagram, if you like, that is equally embedded in the policy guidance we produced for the Commonwealth Secretariat. And to explain this kind of briefly, I guess, we think that the kind of relationships between state and non-state organizations can be differentiated according to whether those kinds of institutions or organizations are commonly working towards similar SDGs and have similar desired impacts on SDGs. They're aiming towards the same thing, essentially. Or actually whether in some cases governments and civil society organizations and non-state organizations are working actually contradictory to each other and working towards different things. We see different relationships here. And then we differentiate between, well, what's the balance of contributions and leadership for implementation between the kind of government and state-led approaches at the top here, or approaches that are more led and a greater kind of input from civil society and other non-state organizations. So to break this down a little bit, and to the kind of ones at the left-hand side, sorry to go back one, are more supportive of each other, where the state and non-state organizations are looking to support each other. If we look at these ones on the left and this continuum, I'll start down the bottom. If we're thinking about sport for development and peace and sport, it typically sits outside of government, and it's doing its own thing outside of government, and that can be good. And it can be particularly useful. Our argument is it can be that non-state-led provision that we see quite often in sport for development and peace can be good, where goals need to be achieved at local level, working with specific groups, working to respond to specific needs in specific communities, even if we have an uneven provision as a result. Now, governments can aid this, they can recognize it, they can create a policy environment that is supportive of this, but still allowing the kind of in this kind of relationship, allowing the non-state organizations independence to work towards those kind of goals. The two complementary and co-production relationships in the middle, perhaps are more aligned with what we might commonly kind of think partnerships to be, but they involve a greater level of mutual engagement between government and kind of civil society organizations. So complementary, have some kind of close engagement, but not to the extent of either government or the civil society having unnecessary obligations or constraints on what they do. It might be about sharing facilities. It might be about policy dialogue and engagement. It might be about supporting with capacity building in complementary relationships. Co-production relationships imply a greater level of formality, because they are based, our definitions of them are based on pooling resources to a greater extent. Governments and non-state organizations both contributing to resources to co-produce outcomes together, and that brings greater requirements on both parts, and a greater level of formality and maybe greater kind of time commitment as well. Finally, we would have state-led implementation, and that's potentially more unusual in sport, certainly more unusual than it would be in other sectors. But where our kind of desired goals are maybe more universal or scaled, we need this, we'd argue that the state has that capacity to do that. The state has that capacity to do that. So we're thinking maybe about physical education. If we want all children to have a high level of quality physical education in schools, the state needs to contribute the relations and resources and lead that process, even if non-state providers are also involved. We also see, and this is connected finally to the kind of some of the detrimental impacts that we see of sport. We see kind of points where actually we need to kind of have more adversarial relations between state and non-state. And so where there are problems in sport, that sport is not working to solve itself, then we would argue that
kok tahu nggak Twitter mau collab di Amerika trainingnya. Terus di artikel.
We would argue that this, the state has a right to intervene where sport is being detrimental to sustainable development, but not sorting itself out, if you like. So that might be regulation by governments to curb problematic impacts. If there are problems with abuse or corruption within sport, sometimes the kind of government intervention is required and regulation is required to curb those problems or ensure the quality of provision, for example, in physical education. Equally, where governments are creating kind of problems, maybe in relation to mega events, where I said there can be, we would see a relationship there where non-state organizations take a position to try and challenge governments to try and improve their policies or practices. So across that, we see a diversity of relationships. We have dashed lines in between them because the boundaries between them are fluid. Different organizations might be involved in different kinds of relationships and different governments, and they might change over time. But to finally kind of briefly try to offer a few points of conclusion to this presentation, I think I would argue that this is a time and a period of time where I think we need some new thinking and approaches to policies for sport and the Sustainable Development Goals. We've got an opportunity with the Sustainable Development Goals there, and that openness that sport has emerged, and some work there is important work going on there to try and develop kind of policies. And equally, as we come out of the pandemic, new thinking, hopefully a window for new thinking to emerge. The alternative is we continue with the kind of non-government organization-centered sport for development movement. And I'm not saying that the work that goes on that is detrimental. I think it's really important. But it needs to be, for my mind, it needs to be enhanced somehow. And using that opportunity that we have at this time to try and enhance it. And there's no one model for that. I think there is alternatives to policy, and that's the trying ethos we're trying to go ahead with the kind of model that we had on this last slide. Different approaches to policy across different country contexts, depending on the nature of government, depending on the kind of decentralization of government and state systems, depending on capacities of state governments and non-governmental organizations. See, differentiated policy approaches depend on which SDGs are priorities in different countries, and thinking through the different approaches to using sport to organize towards different sustainable development goals. But I would argue that if we are to move this field onwards, it relies on developing relationships between government and non-governmental organizations that aren't just the rhetoric of partnership, but thinking through what are the best and most appropriate and most effective kind of relationships between government and non-government to try and use sport to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's where I'll leave it. The kind of 3 papers that I've spoken through about briefly, and here are all available open access online. I've created kind of some small links to help you try and find them, that you can hopefully kind of similarity there. And otherwise, I'd just like to thank you for listening today, and happy to take any questions that people may have. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, you're very welcome. Thank you, Dr. Lindsay, for sharing us your thoughts and opinion. So I'm going to, as usual, I'm going to read the short summary in Bahasa Indonesia, and then after that, we are going to have the question and answer session. So, Dr. Ibu dan Bapak, Dr. Ian Lindsay membawakan materi mengenai kebijakan olahraga untuk pembangunan dan perdamaian dalam konteks global dan pendekatan nasional. Berfokus pada 3 bahasan besar mengenai yang pertama olahraga dan Sustainable Development Goals, penyelarasan kebijakan global, kemudian yang kedua implementasi untuk olahraga, pembangunan dan perdamaian, pemerintah pusat, kebijakan dan gerakan yang mendukung. Kemudian yang ketiga bahasannya meningkatkan olahraga untuk SDP atau pembangunan dan perdamaian melalui pendekatan baru untuk bekerjasama secara kolektif. Seperti barusan sudah ditampilkan, kupasan presentasi beliau secara lengkap dapat dibaca secara di 3 artikel penelitian beliau. Nanti kami akan kopikan juga di kolom chat supaya Bapak Ibu bisa membaca secara utuh. Dalam kesimpulannya, beliau mengangkat 2 pertanyaan besar untuk didiskusikan, yaitu apakah ini saatnya untuk pemikiran dan pendekatan baru terhadap kebijakan olahraga dan SDGs, atau kelanjutan yang lebih lanjut lagi dari gerakan olahraga untuk pembangunan dan perdamaian yang berpusat pada lembaga sosial masyarakat. Apapun nanti hasilnya, tentu saja perlu bermuara pada usaha apa yang perlu dilakukan untuk mengembangkan kebijakan alternatif dan berfokus pada olahraga untuk pembangunan dan perdamaian yang berorientasi pada konteks dan kapasitas negara, pendekatan yang berbeda sesuai dengan SDG yang diprioritaskan, serta mengembangkan hubungan antara organisasi pemerintah dan non-pemerintah. Okay, now we already have one question coming from Dr. Hamid from Iraq, and he already raised his hand. So Dr. Hamid, would you like to post your question live, or would you like me to read your question? So, Dr. Hamid, please.
Okay, I can speak.
Okay.
I can
sure.
speak, madam. Yes. I have 2 questions here. What is the sport for development and peace, in your opinion, sir? Division. What's your recommendations here for government Indonesia? General, this and special recommendation for all teaching staff in physical education and sport science in Indonesia. This first question here.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think I'm not going to give my opinion here, I guess, but sport for development and peace has traditionally been, I guess, seen as the kind of intentional use of sport and some forms of physical activity as well to contribute to develop some particular development outcomes and peace building. So it's commonly been seen as outside of it can be has been seen as outside of mainstream sport. It has been seen as an adapting sport, a different way of delivering sport and physical activity that is intentionally using sport as that tool. I think, as I hope to get across in my presentation, I think the Sustainable Development Goals gives us a chance to think about this somewhat differently, in the sense that the breadth of the Sustainable Development Goals means that not only does that movement within Sport for Development and Peace that is intentionally using sport. Not only is sports contribution to development and peace centered on that emergent movement, but the Sustainable Development Goals can have implications for all of sport. And we can make the arguments that the whole of sport should be thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals and thinking about how they align with them, and equally how they can use the Sustainable Development Goals to advocate for greater investment in sport. And so we can see that with the kind of expansion of the health goals and the non-communicable diseases in sport. And that is about participation, participation of everybody. If I get to the second part of your question about recommendations for government in Indonesia or any specific country, I don't think I'm sitting here in my house in the UK in Durham. I don't think I'm well placed to do that. What I would say is, I think it's important in each country to kind of think about, as I'm sure is well developed in Indonesia, about the kind of national priorities associated with and what their association with the Sustainable Development Goals are. And so the 2030 for agenda for sustainable development is very, I'm looking at a particular quote here that I'll kind of speak through, is very much centered on the principle of national ownership. It is in individual countries. So it says the principle of national ownership is central to our common pursuit of a sustainable development. So within individual countries, I don't think it is for global policymakers to kind of say which are the sustainable development goals that are most appropriate, most relevant for sport. But I would recommend, in a sense, kind of using the kind of global frameworks, if we're in sport and physical activity, looking at those global policy documents. I would advocate that one that the Commonwealth has produced as well, and the kind of global evidence bases and the things that UNESCO are producing, and looking at how they present the relationships between sport and development and peace, and then trying to kind of translate that to how does that link with national priorities, and how equally we can use those connections with the SDGs to advocate to kind of policymakers who are in finance ministries and elsewhere to kind of say, look, here's where sport in our country is best placed to contribute to our national priorities with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm not directly answering your question, perhaps, but for the reason that I think it's important that excuse me, there isn't one single model of this that is applicable to all individual countries. For individual countries to kind of look at those connections and work out those connections between sport and the Sustainable Development Goals, and learn lessons from elsewhere, look at the global policy documents, but adopt and work towards policies that are appropriate for individual countries.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Lindsay. So, Dr. Hamid, if you would like to know more about what is probably the government of Indonesia has been doing relating to this kind of matters, so probably you need to be hearing some more perspective for tomorrow's session, because we still have 2 more keynote speakers in the morning. Actually, so tomorrow morning we will have Professor Toho and Professor Amu, who will be sharing on the Indonesian perspective. So hopefully that could answer your question, Dr. Hamid. Thank you, Dr. Ian, for that. And now I can see that Miss Ariati is raising her hand. So please, Miss Ariati.
Thank you so much. I've been learning about multicultural and globalization. Of course, there is inside of SDGs, and when I know it, SDGs is based on economic, and now they may be looking for, when I deep your explanation is talking about in the whole perspective of 17 goals. So in terms of the goal, I see it, but behind that, we're looking for zero hunger, especially on the development country, right? So in your in your perspective of sport, SDGs and SDG, actually this is here, when I see a lot of still bumping in every single goals, we have a struggle, and in the same time, maybe we need a tool as in sport to develop a peace to engage the SDG. So how maybe the fact you have to see it, so we know in terms of implication to have this look like not only the statement of 17 and then the government always involved, and how can we are as a maybe professional or teachers can be involved to help them too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and answer as I understand your question. I think you're right. There's 17 goals, and across those 17 goals, incredible kind of breadth of goals, and that speaks to the ambition behind the Sustainable Development Goals. It speaks to the process of trying to make them inclusive across the whole world as well. I think it's important to, if we're thinking about sport and sport practice, is recognize that there's some goals that sport is better place to contribute to, and some goals where sports engagement and contribution might be more marginal, and sport can't do everything. I think it's maybe, you know, if I'm again taking the previous kind of speakers, you know, it's important not to kind of over claim or over kind of state that sport can do everything, and recognize, well, where can sport do best? And so if we're taking your example of kind of the goals of no hunger, absolutely important, but there's probably a limit to which, you know, can we kind of immediately say that sport contributes to that? There might be some projects that do something, but, you know, in a sense, no hunger is far more important than anything that sport can do. And so I think if we're being realistic about sport and physical activity, it's working out, well, where's sport's best contribution is going to be able to lie, and where can we focus our attention and resources and time to ensure, ensure that sport can best make that contribution. If we spread sport to try and contribute to everything, it's going to make a very kind of marginal contribution. I would argue that if we think for ourselves and we think collectively about where sport's best contribution can best lie, then that's the most appropriate kind of sense. And that was some of the thinking that went on behind through kind of when the Commonwealth Secretariat was working, when UNESCO was working to create their kind of policy documents that kind of link sport to the Sustainable Development Goals. That was behind some of their thinking, is about recognizing that the specific, not just SDGs, but SDG targets that sport is best placed to work towards. And that's not to ignore contributions to others, not to ignore the importance of others, but recognizing where the kind of the potential kind of most important and strengths of sport lie. And I'll try while we're kind of speaking to identify a couple of links and put them in the chat to those kind of documents where you can read more about that evidence base with regard to, and using those again, as you said, in a kind of local practitioner kind of level to think through about where everybody's contribution best lies.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for the explanation, Dr. Ian. So Dr. Lindsay, thank you so much for being with us today. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the session. Oh, sorry. So we have one more question coming from Dr. Agus. So Dr. Agus, please. So this would be the last question for you, Dr. Lindsay. Okay, please, Dr. Agus.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rita. I felt flattered because when you are closing this occasion or this event, and when you are saying me, asking you the time, then you give me the specialty. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Ian, I'd like to inform you that in terms of sport for development program in Indonesia, it is really often that what the government do in our country only giving the support for temporary time. So the weakness of this program from this government, I think, lies on the way the government communicate this program and try to get involved the private sector to try also to support this program. So as the result, when this government support in terms of financial, let's say in terms of money, the money stop, and then the program also will automatically stop. So for me, it's the problem is coming from how we try to get involved the private sector that may be in your country or in other, let's say, developed countries. This private sector already been automatically feel invited by this kind of program, but not the case in our country. So that is something that really need to be updated in this sense. And some of the program is just stopped because there's kind of corruption case by the person who delivered the program, but not really much about this case. But I think it also affect very much, have significantly impact on the what we call sustainability issue. So sustainability concept in our country is something expensive to buy because the way we think about the program. So maybe you can, if you have, let's say, a good case from other country, which countries has already been delivering this program so well, so we can also try to replicate that kind of what they did already. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fascinating, and I recognize, although I'm not obviously overly familiar with Indonesia, I recognize a lot of those problems that you speak to. I think one of the issues that we have within sport is we commonly, in the way in which in Sport for Development piece we think about government, I think there needs to be greater recognition of the variety of tools and levers that government has. So funding is obviously a really important one, but as you say, it can't always be relied on, and we can't. I think there's a danger of just kind of thinking that government funding will be the answer to all problems and will enable us to scale up the outcome, and that, in an ideal world, would be part of the solution. But I think we equally need to think about the other levers that government can pull and the kind of the tools that they can use at their capacity. That actually is very different to non-governmental organizations. Governments can kind of create a policy environment. They can create kind of regulatory systems that might be helpful for kind of encouraging that private sector investment that we speak of, or can encourage kind of policy rhetoric is important, maybe for kind of trying to shift private sector investment from some of the elite ends of sport down to the kind of more developmental kind of activities that we see. And so I think, and the extent at which government has capacity and the extent in which, we see kind of questions about democratic status, differs in different countries. The balance of state versus non-state and private sector differs in different countries. So there's not necessarily kind of one solution fits all. I think, Richard Bailey, who spoke before, would probably have a good experience from different countries, kind of working in ideas. I would say, the Commonwealth Secretariat, I think one of the strengths in which they've done is not just produce kind of global policy documents about this. They have kind of worked in depth with individual member governments, and obviously not all countries are members of the Commonwealth. But by working in depth with particular countries, they've begun journeys with individual countries. Mauritius, Botswana, I know in sub-Saharan Africa, Mauritius have very much begun a journey, been convinced by the health arguments around about the contribution of sport, created a new unit and put funding behind that in Mauritius, for example. Botswana, we're trying to embed gender mainstreaming in their kind of sport policy and their allocations of funding towards sport. So there are two examples of countries looking at different SDGs, looking at different priorities for SDGs, and beginning to implement things. And it's that then stage of implementation, and the kind of Commonwealth Secretariat website, and even for or countries outside of the Commonwealth, engaging with some of the work that the Commonwealth is promoting from their individual countries that they've worked with, I think might present some good case studies.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Rita.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Agus, for your question, and then thank you, Dr. Lindsay, for your answer. And then we still have actually 2 questions in the chat box, so probably you can answer that in the chat box. So, and then as I was saying, so Dr. Hamid, I know that you're now back to the Zoom meeting. In case you would like to know what really happened in Indonesia, so what is happening into our government and the policy of sport in our country. So probably you might want to come over to our second day of the conference tomorrow morning, 8:30 at GMT +7. I know it's early in the morning, but probably you can try to attend the keynote speaker session coming from Professor Toho and Professor Among. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the session. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers. So, Dr. Lindsay, Dr. Bailey, and then Professor Ock, thank you so much for your concise and fruitful presentation. I'm going to give back the floor to Miss Anissa, as the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much for me.
Okay, Miss Rita, thank you for a very fruitful session and the respected research person as well as our moderator. Okay, to conclude today's conference, please allow me to announce some points. Participants who have attended and actively taken part in this conference will be asked to fill out the exit survey form in the link provided. Maybe the committee will send it in the chat room. And then now, last but not least, we would like to invite you to open your video as we are going to take group picture. Okay, please switch on your video. Okay, slide 1, 1, 2, 3. Slide 2. Slide 3. Next slide. Okay, next slide.
Because we have lots and lots.
Right. Okay, next slide. Okay, thank you so much for participating today, ladies and gentlemen. And we will meet again tomorrow for a presentation from Professor Amung and Professor Toho, and followed by parallel session. Thank you for participating today and see you tomorrow. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jan. Very nice presentation. Yeah.
So, Professor Toho, glad to see you.
Okay. Bye then. Barita, terima kasih.
Sama-sama, Prof. Toho. Terima kasih banyak.
Pak Mas Agus. Sehat selalu ya.
Terima kasih, Prof. Terima kasih, Pak Agus.
Pak Amung.
See you later. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Many thanks to all. All the best.
Thank you, Dr. Rian Lindsay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, ma'am. Bye, sir. Bye to all teaching staff in Indonesia. All the best to this conference.
Okay, thank you for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Permit to all leave.
Please.
Dia udah pergi. Baik Bapak Ibu, untuk link daftar hadir sekaligus nanti untuk sertifikat peserta bisa diakses di chat room ya.